know if this is actually going to work. Oh my God, this is terrible. I'm here. I just don't know if this is going to work. If anyone is able to chat, I see 2 people here. I just don't know who you are. I wonder if I have to use the headphones. I'm just testing right now. Before I actually. Oh man. I just ate steak and it is stuck like right here. Not yet. But I'm getting there. Actually, let me go make sure I got all my stuff with me. Okay, so is the video quality shit? Can you hear me okay? Yay! Okay, did you just hear me burp or did you only just see it? Because that'll tell me which microphone is working. Hello! Both. Nice. Okay, so apparently it's the laptop microphone, which doesn't make any sense to me. I wonder if I can change that. Normally I wouldn't worry about it because normally I use my phone because my phone quality is amazing. But apparently need to have like a stupid number of subscribers in order to live from a phone. And I don't have that, so, okay. All right, then I'm going to share out my video link. Is anybody else participating in the holiday Swippy swap? Because I can't wait for that. I got my prompt today, and I'm just sitting here going, oh, this is 100% right up my alley. I'm very excited. Okay. No, don't do that. I'm sorry I'm going to be boring for a few minutes while I act, because I wanted to test the link first, because I've never done this before. So... Okay. So now I get to go to all of the groups and tell them all where to find me. And then once I get all of those out, then then I'll start reading. And so let's say for workroom. And then the 3 room. The scribbling room. The breasted boobily to the stairs and titty downwards group, which is a fantastic group that I found recently of just really badly written stuff. And okay, and yes. In my job, like, and as though anybody's actually paying attention yet, I regularly have to email thousands of people in one shot. And the first time that, and most of the time we use a tool where you don't actually see how many people you're emailing. And it's just like, oh yes, you're emailing this group. But every once in a while it's, we have to use Outlook because the tool is broken. And of course at that point it says, it tells you how many recipients you have. And I think the first time that I ever sent something, and it was like 4,800 recipients, and I hovered over that send button for like 3 minutes. I had such a panic attack. And my boss is like, you send to these people all the time. And I was like, yeah, but I don't know how many there are. There's a big difference between clicking and going to one group than clicking and seeing it go to like 4,000 people. It's so different. So, so this is partially celebration because of official election results, and partially an apology because I haven't been posting anything, which sucks because I do actually have things recorded. I just haven't gotten around to posting them. But I'm just reading all these fantastic memes about the results and stuff. No, they didn't. Holy shit, that's hilarious. What do I do in real life? Well, here very soon, I'm not going to be doing anything because I got notified on Wednesday that I'm going to be that I was randomly chosen to be part of a downsizing. However, for the last 10 years, I have been what's called a major incident manager, critical event manager, which I worked for a global IT company that they supported like hundreds and hundreds of customers. And so if the customer had an outage that was like critical business impacting, my team was involved in making sure that all of the right engineers were on a call. We were the ones who lit the fire to get things fixed. I don't know the first thing about any kind of technical anything. I couldn't fix a computer if my life depended on it, but I knew how to get other people to fix it. And whenever something like really big hit, there was an event about a month and a half ago, and it was a global event. The internet went down around the world for customers of my company. And so when I sent out the notification after the event was over, we had to send it to all of the customers that they were involved in this outage, and this is what happened. Hello! And I want to say it was somewhere in the neighborhood of like 40,000 emails I sent to. It took, even using a tool, sending to that many emails, it took me like 40 minutes. Especially when you got into like these batches of 5,000 and there was one broken email and you had to find it, and it was just because somebody put a comma instead of a period. Stupid people. Hello! I know you. Oh, that's okay. I haven't really started. I'm probably going to accidentally push this mute button and then not mute. I didn't actually start yet. I've just been kind of like rambling about where I work and stuff like that, because I went into a couple of Discord servers and popped everybody, and it said, oh, you're about to send this to 30 people. Are you sure you want to do that? And I'm like, I regularly send to thousands of people. Of course I want to send it, but of course I'm like, do I really want to do that? So, so the whole thing, other than like the whole apology for not uploading more, is obviously everyone is celebrating. Ding dong, the witch is dead. And so I was thinking about it earlier after I said that I was going to do this live thing. And I was like, what am I going to drink? I have some beer, and of course I've always got Chambord. I've always got Chambord. It's always here. And I was like, what would I even drink for something like this? And I went in my fridge, and I'm not kidding, this, I pulled it out today. It's Decoy. It's like, oh, well, that makes sense, because we just got rid of a Decoy president, because he sure as hell wasn't a real one. And so I just thought that was really funny that I just happened to have, because I got it because of the ducks. But yeah, I was like, oh, well, might as well use it twice. Ooh, it's a screw tap. I don't know why I do that. It reminds me of the Muppet movie. And in the Muppet movie, Steve Martin or Piggy and Kermit are out on a date. and Steve Martin cracks open a bottle of wine for them, and he puts it on there. Wouldn't you like to smell the bottle cap? Because apparently you're supposed to smell cork, but there was no cork because they're cheap. Yes, water is very bad. All right, so oh, this doesn't smell happy. I love the fake like petitions and stuff, get rid of what is it? Hydrogen dioxide, or I can't remember right now, but they want to get rid of H2O. And of course they use the scientific names. And people are like, yeah, that's terrible, that's bad. And it's like, yeah. And then you go, it's water, right, dumbass? And they're like, oh, you just don't like things that you don't understand. Which, most of us already knew that. Yeah, it's not good. So I shall make it good. Because Chambord makes everything better. Vaccines are good, water is bad. I love it. So I have stories that I have queued up. Are you able to hear me okay? Because I honestly can't tell where my microphone is supposed to be, because I would have thought it would be this one, but I can't tell. So I have some stories queued up. I actually keep like a spreadsheet of things that I find, and I'm like, I can't read it. I got to read it later. So let's see. So I did get a rec from Kirsty for sodium azide, and I don't know what that is, but it doesn't sound like something I want in my body either, any more than yeah. Let me go up and read it again. What's it called? Dihydrogen monoxide. I keep wanting to say it, and I'm like, but is that right? Okay, so care feeding. All right, so I'm going to start with, okay, I just saw Banff Aziraphale, and I am a sucker for Banff Aziraphale. So this one is Keepsakes by Sodium Azide. And it was for Libby Faye. Oh, I love Libby Faye. I read their stuff too. Libby Faye left the longest, most involved comments I've ever seen on one of my unfics. And then kept doing it. And I was like, oh my God, they're reading. Okay, so Keepsakes, general audiences, developing relationship, Banff, Snake Crowley, post-apocalypse, Aziraphale's bookshop, cuddling and snuggling, Footnotes. Oh, and this one actually has been podficked too. This is not a podfic. Don't take this seriously. Okay, so Crowley is very cautious and does not know when to stop digging. Sounds like a home improvement expert. When one is a kilometer deep into a well-guarded angelic pocket dimension, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from yelling about one's discovery. Are we sure this is general audiences? Because that doesn't sound very general. Similarly to the way a mother of 6 is unbothered in the face of the latest catastrophe, A.Z. Fell and Company, purveyor of fine books to the gentry, was a far calmer and more accepting bookshop after its painful incineration by a witch-finder and subsequent restoration by the devourer of worlds. That is a hell of a sentence to start with. As such, literal demonic shrieking was no longer upsetting to the building or its master. That's fair. Aziraphale, the books I understood. I get it. Pursuit of knowledge, all that jazz. How many things do you hoard? Barely visible over the back of his perfectly comfortable armchair, cotton fluff hair shifted slightly, then eased out of sight once more as the occupant returned to his book without bothering to reply. Angel! The shouting was slightly clearer, but he knew exactly how sound carried in the building. Crowley was still safely in the small sitting room on the upper floor, meaning he was likely just caterwauling for his own reasons and did not require any encouragement to continue. Okay, yeah, that's... Angel! As was incredibly common among bibliophiles, the Angel had a huge number of lovely bookmarks that were barely used, with various scraps of paper and receipts being pressed into service when required. Okay, I really thought I was the only one who did that. I have bookmarks that I don't use. He actually had a bookmark on his side table at the moment. However, as it was a very recent gift from the currently shouting demon and as such had not been absorbed into the bookshop's personal collection. His hand hovered over it, then shifted to trace a finger around the rim of his mug, which immediately began to produce fragrant steam from within. Aww. It's not steam, but it's fragrant. Angel, I swear by all of Manchester's forsaken real estate, this wardrobe is a kilometer deep at least. What is in all these boxes? Am I about to wander into Narnia? I won't read those books, Angel, now or ever. Okay, now I'm picturing that there is a wardrobe and Crowley does get stuck in Narnia and Aziraphale won't help him get back until he starts reading books. Just a moment, dear boy. A gentle sigh, and the Angel patted absently for the bookmark before giving up and closing his volume with a mental note of the page number. Cradling his warm mug, he climbed the stairs with the enthusiasm of a salaryman returning to the office after a rainy weekend. Aww. The amount of dust in the sitting room actually made him give a surprised cough before he remembered to wave his hand and banish it. Crowley was swearing indistinctly from inside the beautiful carved walnut wardrobe. Several boxes had been pulled out and stacked haphazardly outside the open doors, and the demon's footsteps echoed before he staggered out of the miraculously expanded wardrobe with a wooden crate, complete with a fitted lid, depositing it irritably at the top of a dangerously unbalanced tower. Angel, what the actual hell? These are actually warded against tampering. What is so blessedly important here that you have made a pocket dimension to hold, which had a password to open? I had to break the glamour before I could even find the doors. And then to have a spoken passcode keeping them locked, that's downright rude. To make your guests have to work that hard to get into your secret storage space. What kind of host are you? Oh, that's funny. Clearly a terrible host, dear boy, to inconvenience you so with my privacy. Crowley froze, apparently just now remembering that the angel held to British politeness with nearly the same fervor as the gospel. Neither of them liked to mention the 12th century encounter of Aziraphale briskly apologizing for the incipient discomfort to a minor demon just before vaporizing its corporation with divine light. A long moment passed as neither moved. Crowley did not blink or breathe. His hand, still resting on the warded crate, was starting to smoke. Oh dear. Might have to worry about that. The angel closed his eyes, then smiled wryly before shaking his head and meeting Crowley's fixed stare. He nodded at the crate, and the inked wards faded to nothing as the demon's palm healed. Dear boy, the angel began, then swallowed, with the first flicker of hesitation that he had shown so far before his jaw firmed. Crowley, you should open that. It won't hurt you now. The demon didn't move. He still hadn't blinked, although he had taken a relieved breath with the angel's miraculous healing. It's fine. I'm sorry. Open it. Don't want to. It's yours. I don't know. Aziraphale set down his mug on a table that hadn't existed a moment prior, and stepped quietly over to the box and statuesque ex-minion of hell. Together then, dear boy. This is something you ought to see. Crowley swallowed, searching the angel's face intensely. What's in... what... he stuttered. The angel shook his head, eyes shining. I have no idea what's in this particular box. It is so worded. Like he doesn't even remember what it is. But everything in here, or in any of these boxes, is something you deserve to see. He patted Crowley's hand, then waved the lid into non-existence. Gaining confidence, the demon reached in and pulled out an absurdly huge wad of cotton, wrapped in twine. Aziraphale giggled in mild embarrassment. It was miracle to stay intact, but I worry so. Rolling his eyes, Crowley huffed and then glared at the object in his hands. The protective wrapper unknotted and fell off in fear, leaving him holding a plain gray oyster shell. Aww. Angel, I used to have these hidden all over the world. Once I settled here, I brought all of my treasures into one place and expanded the wardrobe to hold them. I don't really need to change clothes, so I just keep what I am wearing tidy, and so the doors needn't be opened too often. I had hoped the password would help, but if Gabriel had sensed this, I would have had to open regardless. Without the password, if the doors are opened, it would just show copies of what I was wearing. Gabriel loves his clothing, so I had hoped he would believe that I might be protective of mine. Principalities tend to be rather peculiar in that way, even more than myself, if you can believe it. Aziraphale took a deep, unnecessary breath, reaching out to stroke the smooth interior of the shell that the demon held. I still remember Rome fondly. My first temptation after a fashion. You may open any of these boxes you wish. They're all my keepsakes, my memories of us. He looked up and met Crowley's gaze steadily. But we understand each other, yes? You guessed the password. Lacking tear ducts, snakes cannot cry. This fact had been crucial to maintaining Crowley's cool image on multiple occasions, and this moment had just been added to the tally. It was not what he had been made for, but Aziraphale had made himself into a creature of mercy. Pretending not to notice that his dearest companion's lip was trembling, he carefully rewrapped the ancient shell and replaced it into its crate. Reaching up, Aziraphale cupped the back of the demon's head and pulled him to tuck his face safely into the crook of his neck and shoulder. His demon always felt better when hidden. He twitched a little, but successfully stifled his giggle when a forked tongue flickered out to take a sip of his scent. Crowley slumped into him, arms wrapping around as tightly as possible. Would you like to coil in my lap, dear boy? It's a bit early, but perhaps an evening in front of the fire while I read to you? The demon nodded mutely. Later, perhaps, they could examine the memories and souvenirs that they had both kept. Even later, perhaps, they could consider combining them all in the same place. Perhaps a cottage by the sea. Oh, I don't normally read footnotes when I'm doing a recording. But that was cute. So it was more, what's the word I'm looking for? Remembered Banff, not active Banff. Let's see. What else do I have set up? I have I have 3 monitors, so I actually am just kind of flipping between all of them. Feeding demonic serpents. Let's see. Feeding demonic serpents. Okay. We'll do that one. Ow! I need to stop. Okay, 35. Okay, so care and feeding of demonic reptiles, and then I don't even know what that word is. Okay. Another general. After this, I'm going to go into adult content. Let's see. Aziraphale's bookshop is sentient. I always love a good sentient bookshop story. Food as a metaphor for love. Does that really need to be a tag? Is that like not just automatically assumed? Cooking. Aziraphale loves Crowley. Crowley loves Aziraphale. Mentions of freeform. I don't even know what that means. Snake Crowley developing relationship could be read as asexual relationship, fluff and humor. Don't get me wrong, I love the porn, but I love the ace stuff too. Okay, So there are many ways to love someone. Sometimes that means doing 4 days of research so that you can have a mutually enjoyable meal together. Why do I feel like I've read this? I feel like I know this one. Like, okay, I'm going to start, and then afterwards I will talk about the one that I think this might be. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly that shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. Genesis 3:14, King James Bible. So there's a question. Oh, okay. No, I was thinking about the one where he, it was one where Crowley was about to shed, and he did like fondue rats for him, just dipping them in like herbed oil and stuff for him, or something like that. So why is it that it's always that the serpent of Eden is always portrayed as a snake, when technically, because of what God said after the fact, it would not have actually been a belly using snake? Because what God says implies that she took away the legs and the arms, but it's always portrayed as a snake. Anyway, just one of those thoughts that just kind of fly through my head. It does. Porn does get dull after a while, but sometimes, but it's also the flavor of porn, because sometimes it's this is something that like anybody who's been in a group with like Facebook or Discord or something has heard me say, how can I make this dick suck different than any other dick suck there is? And that's like my catchphrase, right? Because sometimes a dick suck is just a dick suck. And there's only so many ways that you can write a dick suck before you read them all. But then you find that, like that one fic that's like out in the back in a corner somewhere. And, and it's like the weirdest dick suck you've ever read in your life. And that's actually why I started recording these, is because I started finding these weird, funny dick suck stories. And I love them to death. And I love, like the serious stuff too. I mean, we all do. But I can't read the serious stuff, not like in a video or anything like that. But it's just Night of the Living Horny. I've read, I've watched Strippers versus the Evil Dead, I think, or Strippers versus Zombies or something like that. Robert Englund was in that one, and I want to say it was Jenna Jameson, maybe? I don't remember. I've watched some weird porn, so Night of the Living Horny. I have, what was the one I actually bought? I actually bought Space Nuts, which is like the Star Wars, Star Trek porn parody that nobody asked for, and it's just hilarious. And I have the soundtrack to movie called Misty Beethoven, which is a porn musical. And if you ever want, just like look up, I don't know if you'll be able to find it on YouTube, but it's called the Penis Tango, and it is so funny. The song The Penis Tango is what made me buy the rest of the soundtrack. The rest of the soundtrack was kind of shit, but The Penis Tango is amazing. Okay. So, all right. Now that we've had our, biblical discussion about serpent versus snake and all of the porn, I think so. I've shared the Penis Tango with like everyone I possibly can because it's so funny. I actually watched. God, okay, I'm still going to talk about it because it's funny. It was a show on HBO called Pornucopia, and it was like a behind the scenes series of like all these porn stuff, right? And like behind the scenes of like strip clubs or like the filmed porn industry and stuff like that, and they had the behind the scenes for the filming of the video for the Penis Tango, and the guy Randy Spears. I really don't know a whole lot of porn stars' names, but I just happen to know a few. But Randy Spears has like this deep voice, and during like the filming, the penis is the bit that's actually singing, okay? And so he had to wear like this massive strap on, specifically because it was supposed to be like this massive dong come out of his zipper and singing, and it had to be big enough that they could animate the singing. And so he just got this fucking big ass dong that he's just holding on to, and they're just like all just kind of like bouncing, and they're all like standing in a line, and they're like talking and dancing, but he's just got this big huge thing, and it really is a funny song. It's caused me no end of trouble because it's one of my BFF's ringtone, and the number of times that she has accidentally called me while I was like picking up the kids from daycare, and all of a sudden like out of my van just starts screaming, "You're the proud owner of a big boner." I have never run so fast. So anyway, okay, so let's get back to the story, right? For this general audience's, totally G-rated story, now that we've talked about, singing dicks and stuff. Aziraphale waved the hand not currently holding his wineglass aimlessly about. So frankly, if a dinner guest dribbles vinegar over their steak or salts a meal before they have even tasted it, then I entirely support a host's right to throw them out of the house, never to return. Vinegar over steak? Is that something people do? I almost never season steak anymore. I used to be like a very big steak sauce person, and then I actually had a well-seasoned steak, and I like almost never use it anymore. I never do anything to steaks. I just had one earlier tonight. That's amazing. Crowley hummed noncommittally. Just let the cook at 'em. Kitchen knives versus whatever tableware the poor sod can snatch up. That'll solve the problem real quick and be a good, what you call it, enriching exercise for the chef. Enriching? I'm not entirely sure. Enriching exercise? I think enrichment activities are for zoo animals. Putting pumpkins in the cages to roll about and such. Why would pumpkins be enriching? I've never felt particularly enriched by a pumpkin. That sounds like it should be in a Tinder profile. I've never felt particularly enriched by a pumpkin. I'm sure I don't know, but the animals seem to like it. Poured out of their skulls. I guess anything would do, the demon hissed morosely. I imagine that a well-trained chef would be more enriched by the gift of a pumpkin than permission to stab an undeserving guest. Well, a chef, sure. But a short-order diner cook would prefer the stabbing, I'll wager. Have you ever been stabbed by a short-order cook, my dear? Aziraphale eyed him. Crowley mumbled indistinctly and ostentatiously refilled his wineglass. Nothing wrong with ordering something off menu, in my opinion, if you're willing to pay. Not that I would pay. Right villain, me. Aziraphale ignored the majority of Crowley's verbal padding, focusing on the essentials. What on earth did you order? That was the immediate prelude to assault with a deadly weapon. He paused. Deadly for humans, I mean, but the point stands. Crowley drained half his glass before letting his head fall backwards to rest on the cushioned edge of the Chesterfield sofa. Look, Angel, if a burger flipper in Des Moines was willing to threaten me with death, I'm not going to offend your sensibilities by telling you. Loads more fun ways to annoy you than that. Well, all this talk about food has made me peckish. Well, at least he's focused on the food and not the assault, because that could have ended badly. Well, all this talk about, stabbing people over hamburgers is making me feel a little bit murdery. Would you object to a bit of charcuterie? Aziraphale huffed. I would hope that some cheese and pickles and, oh my god, Yaman Ibrico? Maybe? Would be up to your mysterious off-menu standards. Crowley continued sipping his wine, looped his leg over the arm of the chair. Is it Chester? How long are his legs? Successfully encompassing triple the area necessary for his limbs. Your standards are astronomical, Angel. That was my point. Just more wine for me. Aziraphale huffed again with the fastidiousness and skill of someone who enjoyed huffing and had been doing so semi-professionally for centuries. If cave-aged blue cheese doesn't tempt you, Crowley's head snapped up with the speed of a viper. The really old stuff? Like the kind where they had to seal the little rounds in wax so they don't stink up the whole store? The Angel, obviously startled somewhat out of his buzz, nodded mutely. If you have a few pieces of that kicking around, I'm your demon. Let's do this. Crowley cheered. He leaped to his feet, still somewhat ungainly with the wine he had imbibed, and ambled his way past Aziraphale like a stick bug attempting to waltz. I feel like this person has taken like the Douglas Adams comparative writing lecture because these are amazing. The flat above the bookshop had been seeing far more use after the Apocalypse, with a shy Aziraphale carrying a sleeping Crowley up to tuck him into the most ludicrously fluffy bed possible for a being that had never even napped since the world was made. After that initial morning of a startled demonic snake believing that he had been kidnapped, or possibly traveled back in time to the 1950s due to the outdated decor, they divided their evenings between Crowley's vault of a flat, the back room of the bookshop, or the little rooms above. Now the little kitchenette seemed smaller than ever as Crowley poked around in the refrigerator and tiny pantry, dismissing most of what he found, but occasionally pulling out the strangest choices with apparent ardor. Pickled onions, ginger paste, a durian fruit Aziraphale was quite sure he had not purchased, and of course the tiny round of years-aged French blue cheese. Durian, just in case, and I'm like really impressed with myself that I know this, durian is a fruit. It's like this big, and it's in, I want to say, Southeast Asia. And apparently it's kind of like, what's the herb that starts with a C, and some people think it tastes like soap. Anyway, it's kind of like that, where some people, they're able to eat it just fine, and to other people, it just literally tastes and smells like wet garbage. It's like one of the worst smelling foods naturally occurring. Cilantro, that's it. Yes. Yeah, it's like one of the worst naturally smelling foods there is. And I'm just so proud of myself that I know that. Doesn't take much to impress me. The angel busied himself cutting up the cured meats and other cheeses, along with some olives. Realizing he didn't own a platter, the angel waved a hand to produce one, with all of the ingredients artistically arranged on it in aesthetic perfection. Crowley immediately ruined it by plucking a garlic stuffed olive and swallowing it whole. Not bad. Aziraphale flapped his hands at him to shoo away any further demonic interference. I have known you to go months without eating anything solid. I'm sure you can wait the 10 seconds necessary for us to sit down at the table and eat like people. We're not people. We most certainly are, my dear. Bona fide citizens of Earth, we are. Crowley smiled slowly with the broad grin that only occasionally showed itself when he was relaxed. So we are. I stand corrected, Angel. Aziraphale beamed at him as they settled at the tiny round table, barely able to hold their charcuterie. Aziraphale beamed at him as they settled at the tiny round table, barely able to hold their charcuterie platter. I don't say that word nearly enough. Crowley narrowed his eyes at it until the table broadened obediently by several square centimeters. Smearing a bit of pâté on a crostini, Aziraphale nodded at the platter. Have at it, dear boy. Feel free to have as much of that blue cheese as you wish. It's a bit strong for my usual taste, but it seemed worth the trouble. The angel munched politely, trying very hard not to stare, as Crowley demolished the pickled onions, alarmingly hot red pepper spread, and seemingly every condiment in existence, all balanced in multi-layered heaps. He had never seen his demon so pleased with any comestible aside from alcohol. When the pungency of the blue cheese combined with the durian, Aziraphale informed his lungs that he would not be breathing for the rest of the evening and to enjoy their time off. Oh my god. Blue cheese is one of the few cheeses I won't eat. I love cheese, but there's something about blue cheese I'm just like, no, I'm good. Thanks. Ow. Finishing his last bite, Aziraphale dabbed his mouth delicately with a napkin. Did you know, dear, that durian fruit is actually banned on public transport in some countries? Was that you? Crowley cackled and nodded, dipping a pickled onion in horseradish sauce and popping it into his mouth with every evidence of enjoyment. You've never seen so many people trying to smuggle their groceries home on a bus like they're trying to rob a museum. He slurred. Oh, God. Aziraphale giggled at the thought, and Crowley's mischievous expression smoothed into satisfaction. The demon leaned back from the table and stretched indulgently, his usually plank flat abdomen very slightly rounded. Aziraphale preened at the compliment to his pantry. So the provisions were acceptable, dear? Yeah, Angel. Lots of things with lots of taste. Some of the flavors are certainly rather strong. I can make sure that I cater to your preferences, my dear. Any particular favorites that I ought to include? The demon tensed slightly. Feeling brave, Aziraphale stretched out a hand to lay on a bony, black-clad knee. Would it help if I assured you that no stabbings will occur? I don't know. He seemed really excited about it. He wheedled. Crowley barked out a laugh and loosened, but kept his legs still under the angel's palm. Just anything I can taste, Angel. Alcohol is always fun, and I can smell it great. Especially the really aged stuff or volatile stuff. For food, just, whatever has a taste. All foods have a taste, dear boy. Crowley hissed between his teeth and looked away. Not to me, Angel, thanks to your boss. The angel blinked in confusion for a moment before a horrible suspicion wafted into his thoughts. The curse of the serpent. Crowley flicked a forked tongue at him. Right in one, Angel. Dust all the days of my life. Patting his companion's leg sympathetically, Aziraphale thought for a long moment. But not everything, apparently. Some things come through, you said. Crowley nodded at him, his stiff features not enough to mask his vulnerability from Aziraphale. The angel smiled as encouragingly as he knew how, and waved his hand to summon their prior wine glasses and a good bottle of dry white wine as a palate cleanser. Well then, he poured for his companion, then himself. What do you like best, my dear? What Crowley liked best, it seemed, was a global assortment of everything from kimchi to rare Icelandic fermented fish delicacies. Oh, that's the, oh God, is that the stuff that comes in a can and it's like, I can picture it, but I don't remember what it's called. That's going to bother me. Old cheeses, vinegars strong enough to strip paint, raw lemons, eye-wateringly spicy chili peppers, alcohols of such high proof they needed to be kept chilled lest they simply evaporate into nothingness. Crowley had orchestrated the artisan hot sauce trend and the cinnamon challenge, but was bewildered and disappointed by molecular gastronomy. Gastronomy. Aziraphale nodded along, chiming in with suggestions and questions and only barely resisting the urge to take notes. Hakarl. Is that what I'm thinking of? H-A. Oh, that's not what I'm thinking of. But that also looks terrible. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that also looks terrible. No, it's yeah, fermented shark. Blue. No, my 8-year-old watches this woman from Korea, I want to say. She does like the eating ASMRs, which no. Um yeah, somebody was starving to eat that. And there was, let me see if I can find it. And she did this. Oh, I'm not going to pronounce this right. It's surströmming. Surströmming. It's Swedish. Um, but she was doing this eating ASMR thing. Yeah, bing. Um, and uh, and she did like all the smelly foods. She did the durian. She did the surströmming, and there was like three other things that she ate, and just the look on her face from the smell, because apparently it doesn't taste bad, but you have to get past the fact that smell and taste are so intertwined. And but watching her smell them, I was just like, oh, there's someone else than me. Okay. Boink. It was nearly dawn before Crowley's yawns became too frequent to ignore. Waving off the angel's offer of the bed, the demon sobered himself up, muttering about his plans, and was gone after a shy little hug of farewell. Aww. Aziraphale understood his demon's need to regroup and center himself in familiar surroundings, and it suited his needs perfectly. He cleaned up their plates and empty glasses the human way. After he put the kettle on, he wandered to the railing to survey the bookshop below. Crowley wants to enjoy food, but only specific and extreme flavors will suit. I think that some information on, say, biochemistry, gastronomy, food science, and herpetology might be useful, he announced to the empty air. The angel brewed his early morning tea and descended the staircase. His writing desk held a neat stack of books, ranging from brick-thick chemistry textbooks to pamphlets on how snakes swallowed their prey. Next to his armchair was a towering pile of cookbooks. Aziraphale smiled and sat down. Thank you. A wooden groan from the upper floor echoed as he readied his paper for notes. By the time he was reviewing the pH scale of acids and alkalis, a collection of scrolls about the biblical serpent was arranged beside him. Hours later, when he went to brew his lunchtime cocoa, the previously familiar kitchenette gleamed with culinary equipment, an open floor plan, 2 refrigerators for some reason, 100 feet of counter space. He added several marshmallows to his cocoa and glanced warmly at his old kettle, now sitting primly on the counter beside a restaurant quality range. He still likes to sleep, of course, he murmured. Behind him, the old building creaked in something like embarrassment as the bedroom came back into being. The angel sipped his drink and smiled. His bookshop loved the serpent as much as he did. Aziraphale was busy enough that the days flew by, and soon enough a rejuvenated Crowley was clattering into his world again through the locked bookshop door, waving a dreadfully expensive bottle of wine. Just be grateful that you don't watch telling, Angel, because I just wiped the last 5 minutes from the recordings of two season finales, and you won't believe how I managed it. Oh my god. What an asshole! The demon trailed off as he stepped onto the upper floor. Holding a neutral facial expression through superhuman effort, Aziraphale gently rescued the bottle from his limp hand and led him to sit at the wide kitchen island. He poured for them as Crowley gazed about, golden eyes gleaming beautifully. Angel? Aziraphale grinned at him. Are you hungry, my dear? Crowley gave a helpless shrug along with a meaningless string of consonants. Aziraphale resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Nevertheless, he would not be deterred. The meal was easy enough to assemble, simple as it was, and in only a few minutes Aziraphale took the first bite, wiggling in pleased satisfaction. Crowley hesitantly spooned a bit of the colorful mixture from the bowl between them onto his crisp. At the first crunch his eyes widened, and Aziraphale clapped his hands in genteel victory. Can you taste it, dearest? Crowley nodded. What? The angel couldn't have stopped smiling if God herself had ordered it. Ceviche, Peruvian dish, good quality fish, cooked with citric acid instead of heat, lime juice, chili pepper, coriander, and a few other ingredients. Bread doesn't do much for you, so the crisps. He gestured at the little platter of thin golden brown latticed wafers, are of aged Italian Parmesan cheese, cooked until crisp at 400 degrees in a skillet made of cursed iron. Where do you get a cursed iron cookware? Bleh. I'm not for any kind of seafood. The only kind of seafood that I will tolerate is like those shrimps that are like this big. My mom used to put them in macaroni salad, which is weird because my mom doesn't eat seafood either. But she would eat these teeny little shrimps in macaroni salad. And it's specifically because they don't taste like shrimp, they're texture. That's the only way I would eat them. Crowley was staring at him wordlessly. The angel spooned some ceviche onto a new crisp and handed it over helpfully. I adjusted the recipe to be a bit sharper than usual, and the unholy iron should make this not quite earthly food, which I hoped might enhance the experience a bit more for you. Okay, where did he get that pan? It just like waltz into hell. Go to Bloodbath and Beyond for unholy cookware. Aziraphale built a bite of his own and wiggled in his chair. It's tingly. It's tingly for me. Patting his lips with a napkin, he took a sip of the wine that his guest had brought. And thank you, dearest, for this lovely bottle. How fortuitous that you brought a Sauvignon Blanc. You spoil me. No, Crowley croaked. He wavered to his feet, then fell to his knees in front of the startled angel, his head in his lap and long arms winding around his waist. So much fish, yes. It's not enough. It's never enough for you. Anything for you. Aziraphale awkwardly returned the hug for a moment, then, feeling quite daring, started petting the bright red hair of his favorite being. Surely you know I feel the same, my dearest. I want you to enjoy life and be happy. Crowley gave a damp chuckle. You cursed the skillet to make me crisps. But did it work, my dear? Did you like it? The demon angled his head into the petting like a pampered cat. Yeah, Angela, I like it. Of course he does. How could you not? Seriously. Excuse me, Prince Beelzebub. Do you have a spatula? I need an infernal flipper for my fish. God. That's funny. Oh my God. I feel like that needs like its own story now, because there's all these all these I've read like a handful, but the joke about why would I fuck a demon for the status and all of that, walk into hell and there's your sugar demon. I want I want the shopping list. I want Aziraphale to be like, you know what? My darling Crowley does not eat nearly as well as I think he should. How can I fix that? And he just shows up in hell. And gosh, what would the hellish I mean, other than Walmart? I mean, that's kind of that was a softball. What would the hellish grocery be called? Or maybe it would just be a grocery, Grossery. I stole that from Monsters Inc. I'm not nearly that clever. So, yeah, that would be funny. Okay. So, time to refill the glass. Hell foods. Yeah, there's a good one. Hell foods. Let's see. I don't know enough about stores over in the UK other than like Tesco's and Barclays and Selfridges. Like the names, I don't know enough about like the little in between. I went to hell and I only got this lousy snow globe. It has no snow in it. Well, that's a snowless snow. A snowless snow globe is like in Florida, we actually sell Florida snow globes, and it's just water with like like the little fake carrot and the little eyes for the snowman. It's just there's no snow in Florida. Okay, so I am moving on, and we are going to go into a perfectly horrid velocipedes story. Excuse me. The prompt. This is by Chamyl, and it is not that bad when you get used to it. The prompt is role plays gone wrong. Wait a minute. I believe once you said we were engaged in come to the USA, bring emo and other chooks. I don't know what a chook is. My goodness. There's romance going on in the chat. Okay, so this one is more than likely explicit. Role plays gone wrong. Gosh, I hope it's explicit. Chloe is a professional. She doesn't bat an eyelid when Aziraphale walks into her bar alone wearing corduroy trousers, an argyle sweater, and a leather messenger bag that has seen better days. She acts like nothing is weird when he looks around as though he's never been there before, when he pretends he doesn't know her at all. Ah, this again. Hello. Aziraphale sits on one of the high stools, not without some trouble, and smiles innocently up at her, which she doesn't buy for a second. May I have a glass of water? She mumbles something that could be a yes and gets him a big glass of cold water. Not that it matters, it'll go untouched. She gets a rag and pretends to be cleaning the counter as she stares at the entrance. Any second now. Barely a minute passes before Crowley swings the front door open. She has her hair down today and tiny cat eye sunglasses perched on her nose. She has broad shoulders and jutting hip bones wrapped in a tiny wine red dress that leaves nothing to the imagination. Her high black heels click on the floor as she makes her way to the bar. She sits right next to Aziraphale and swivels around to face him. Here we go. Ah. Can I buy you a drink? Crowley asks, leaning towards Aziraphale in a way that Chloe is sure gives the man an eyeful of anything that might be going on underneath the plunging neckline of her dress. But Aziraphale smiles as if he hasn't noticed. I don't know. Can you? Oh my God. Crowley groans. May I buy you a drink? Oh, but I'm afraid I don't drink much at all. Chloe almost snorts at that because she knows that to be a gigantic lie. But she's a professional and therefore holds it in, just in time for Aziraphale to turn to her. Well, I suppose I can make an exception. My dear girl, could we have a creamsicle and a snake bite? Thank you. Crowley drops a set of banknotes on the counter that Chloe is sure will amount to about 500 pounds when she'll count them up. Crowley has been supporting her bar almost single-handedly for the last 4 years, which earns her much more leeway than she'd give any other patron. It's not just about the money. It's also the objective fact that when Crowley is around, it's always a quiet night somehow, with no brawls and no dine and dashers. She's always a welcome guest. Chloe gives Crowley her creamsicle and Aziraphale his snake bite. I really was expecting that the other way. And then starts polishing some glasses as she listens in. I just moved to London, Crowley says, running her hand through her hair, a golden snake bracelet shining at her wrist. I could really use a gentleman to show me around. Oh, but I'm afraid I'm rather shy. Oh my God, it reminds me of Davina. My ring gets tight when it's hot. Chloe has never heard anything more false in her life. But she's a professional, so she focuses on the task at hand. Her glasses are going to be super shiny once she's done with them. Well, if you'd like, I could... Aziraphale is cut off rather rudely by a young man inserting himself between him and his friend, leaning against the bar and tipping his imaginary hat to Crowley. Chloe rolls her eyes. It's one of those men. Hey there, my boy's over there. He gestures towards one of the tables. Have all bet you never talk to me. Want to help me prove him wrong? Chloe doesn't miss the way Crowley's matte purple lips twitch in irritation. Before she can speak, though, Aziraphale puts a firm hand on the man's shoulder. "My dear fellow," he says, quietly, and suddenly every person in the bar falls silent and turns towards them. Chloe is willing to bet the temperature of the room has just dropped a few degrees. "What are you doing here at this time of night? Shouldn't you be at home with your wife and children?" "I think little Tommy has just started teething. Wouldn't it be a great idea to give your spouse a well-deserved break?" Oh, shit. Damn. Aziraphale. Not fucking around. The man pales and nods, the expression on his face as if he had a gun pointed at his back. "Right. Off you go then." The man rushes out of the bar, his friends close behind him. Crowley turns to Aziraphale with stars in her eyes. "Oh, Angel, that was..." Aziraphale clears his throat loudly. He then extends a hand towards Crowley, who shakes it without ever stopping staring at him as if he'd hung the stars. "These two old saps. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am a stamp collector." Aziraphale states, "I am a stamp collector." Just for that, Crowley needs to miracle up a tramp stamp immediately. Aziraphale states, and then opens his bag to pull out a big leather book. He strokes it slowly with his fingers while Crowley stares, biting her lip, completely enraptured, even though it's the most unsexy thing Chloe has ever witnessed in her entire life. "Would you like to see my collection?" Crowley's head snaps towards Chloe. "Bar girl, do you have a back room we can use?" Oh, bitch hungry. Chloe does not need to be told twice. She tosses them the key and nods towards the door, as if they don't know where it is already. "Much obliged." Aziraphale smiles at her while Crowley takes his hand and drags him away. Chloe doesn't really mind. They always leave the room cleaner than they find it. And if this silly game is what gets their blood going, hey, who is she to judge? When the wall behind her starts to shake, making the bottles rattle, she turns up the music, opens herself a Coke, and straightens a painting that will soon be crooked again. After all, Chloe is a professional. Oh my god. Oh gosh. That's funny. Holy cow. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna do another chapter from there. Oh no. Okay. I don't know what chapter warnings or anything like that to give. This is another one from Chamyl. This chapter, the prompt was crossover, but maintain the logic of both canons. I don't know what that means. But the chapter is called Go Down Like a Dead Balloon. At this very moment, the pie maker was 31 years, 10 months, 16 days, 9 hours, and 51 minutes old. He was putting the finishing touches on a strawberry rhubarb pie that very much reminded him of the ones his mother used to make. Unexpectedly, the door of his shop lurched open and a stranger walked in. "Hello, so sorry to bother you." The stranger was a British man in his 50s, with white hair and kind eyes and a body bag. swung over one shoulder. I'm I'm okay. I pictured like a mortician, like a body bag, but I'm guessing that it's like a messenger bag. It was thundering and lightning outside, but the man seemed to be perfectly dry. Can I help you? The pie maker looked concernedly at the black bag that, oh, maybe it is a body bag, at the black bag that looked regrettably full. Ah, yes, just a moment. The man walked in and unceremoniously dropped it onto the counter. Are you the man who wakes the dead? How? How? What? The pie maker panicked, his eyes jumping between the man and the bag. Not to worry, I won't tell a soul. I just need. The stranger unzipped the bag, revealing the body of a man about the same age as him, with red hair and black glasses. A small favor, yes. You see, I could go through the proper channels, but that would be a bit of an annoyance. What with us being retired now. Oh, and they really don't approve of our partnership. There would be so many forms to fill out. As the man prattled on, the pie maker's brain caught up to what was happening and he produced a reply. I I can't. I'm sorry. If I bring him back, someone else has to die. Oh dear. Who? I don't know. Random proximity thing. The pie maker scrunched up his face as he tried to explain, rubbing the back of his neck with a hand. If I revived an ant, another bug would die. If I revived a cat, another small animal would go instead. And if I revived a man. Oh, good news! The stranger clapped his hands. This is not a man. He's an occult force, so to speak. Oh, the pie maker said, starting to suspect he was about to agree to what this weird man was asking him to do. He felt like it would be a terrible shame to disappoint him, though he didn't know why. He took a better look at him, and a hypothesis began forming in his mind. What if another occult force dies when I revive him? Maybe one in close proximity. The man just smiled. That'd be all right, dear boy. I can deal with forms. The pie maker shrugged and touched the man. Sorry, the man-shaped occult force inside the bag. He felt his power flicker like a lighter running on low fluid. I can't do it. It's like I don't have enough energy to wake him. Wait. The stranger made his way to the pie maker's side of the counter and stood next to him. He touched his fingers with one hand and reached out to touch his friend in the body bag with the other. Let's try like this. I'll amplify your abilities. The pie maker thought it was very sweet how far the stranger was willing to go to rescue his friend and tried again. The occult force in glasses sat up, emitting a jarring array of consonants. Crowley. The blond man moved forward to hug him, but the pie maker stopped him just in time, grabbing him by a shoulder. Wait, I'm really not sure you can touch him. Both men turned to look at him, and the pie maker continued. When I revive someone, I can never, ever touch them again, or they'll go back to being dead. And since you were involved in the process, I'm really not sure what the rules are here. The stranger took the pie maker's hand in both of his. Oh, it must be so very hard for you. It's fine most days. I have a girlfriend I brought back, actually. We kiss through cling wrap sometimes. Oh! The undead occult force was staring at them, frowning as if he didn't quite understand what was going on yet, and was about ready to clock out and go take a very long nap. We can't touch? He asked as he climbed out of the body bag and swung his legs off the counter. At all? The pie maker shook his head. The kind stranger and the grumpy occult force looked at each other for a long moment. Then the latter glanced at the pie maker towards his kitchen. How much cling wrap do you have in this shop? Just outside the pie hole, near the trash cans, the corporation of Haster lay motionless on the concrete, the binoculars he'd been using to spy through the windows still clutched in his hands. Okay. That's, let's see. I know I put entirely too much effort into an 800-word crack ficlet, but a pushing daisies AU has been burning inside. I don't know pushing daisies. But that's still funny. That is sad, though. I mean, what an amazing, power. But then to have it all kind of fucked up like that. All right, so boink. I am going to go to. Oh, that's an idea. Okay. Get in there. Okay. Bend and Hope. Bend and Hope is another set of crack ficlets by this one by Fyre. These are mature. Oh, that one's going to be very difficult. Okay. No, I know that Pushing Up Daisies is that, but it's but I think that Pushing Daisies was a television show or like a cable series or something, or a book. Because I have heard of it before. I've heard of Pushing Daisies, and it was, so I assume that's where the Pie Man comes from. He's a character in that. So let's see. There is a fake. Okay, so this one is just, I'm going to do Roll of the Dice by Fyre. Holy cow. So this one is a prompt for D&D and role-play games. So she says, bear in mind I haven't played D&D in almost 7 years. I've never played D&D. So she says, my terminology is very rusty. Mine will be literally non-existent. So God says, right, where were we? Let me check. Right, Haster and Ligger were in the graveyard, handed over the baby to Crowley. Lucifer, you did your Freddie Mercury impression through the radio. Crowley says, I can't believe you're making us do the Armageddon arc. This is rubbish. Do you want me to make this worse for you? Because you know I could. Ugh, right, fine. I drive to the convent to hand over the baby. You arrive at the building. It's dark and quiet. Several cars are in the car park. You see a man standing outside the door having a smoke. He's in his 30s and looks anxious. That'll be the dad, huh? I get out of the car and ask him which room the baby is being delivered in. The man reminds you that you've left your lights on. Fine. Can I cast Miracle to switch them off? I should have enough slots for a small one. Feel free. Right. I cast Miracle, put the lights off, then ask him what's going on. Roll for perception check. Why? Roll for perception. Crowley rolls a 2. The man tells you that they're going on with it and seems to think you're a doctor. That seems... That was Aziraphale, by the way. Aziraphale says, that seems... God says, no out of character discussion. Crowley? I asked what room the baby's being born in. The man tells you room 3. Okay, I go in the convent. The halls are quiet and empty. A single nun hurries down a hall carrying what appears to be a biscuit tin. Can I get her attention and give her the baby? Mary, perception for you. Oh, this is exciting. Rolls an 8. You turn around and find a slinky-looking man in dark glasses with red hair standing a few feet away from you. He's one of the demons from the charts of Hell's envoys. He's carrying a picnic basket, which he holds out. I take the basket and open it. A golden-haired male baby stares back at you, as normal as can be. Is that him? Crowley, to God. It is, isn't it? God. Of course it bloody is. Can't play the Armageddon arc without an Antichrist. Yep. Mary asks God, does he look demonic? I mean, should I be scared or anything? God flatly says, a golden-haired male baby stares back at you as normal as can be. Oh, I would have expected funny eyes or teensy-weensy little huffykins. Crowley sulks. It's definitely him. Fancy me holding the Antichrist, counting his little toesy-woesies? Crowley asks God, honestly, does it have to be her? Can't we get one of the other clerics in? She's one biscuit short of a 10. Are you telling me how to run my game? Mary stares flatly at Crowley across the table. I'm talking to the baby. I ask if he looks like his daddy. Leans in spitefully closer. I ask if he looks like his daddy Weddykins. Crowley impatiently says, he doesn't. Take him up to 3. Room 3. I'm leaving. I call after him asking if he thinks the Antichrist will remember me when he grows up. Oh, for God, pray that he doesn't. Do stop sulking, dear. What? I'm just... Daddy Weddykins, what's that even meant to be? It's how you talk to babies, you arsehole. So does this mean I get to do the baby swap? God says, it looks like it. Sister Catherine finds you in the hall and asks what you're doing. Oh, I tell her about Master Crowley and the baby and that I need to take him to room 3. Sister Catherine tells you to go up. You fetch a crib and take the Antichrist into the room. The baby's father enters. Perception check. Rolls a 5. The father is a polite and well-spoken man, but his accent isn't as strong as you expected. He appreciates your offer of biscuits and has clearly assimilated well enough to call them that instead of cookies. You're having a nice chat with the ambassador when Sister Teresa arrives. She winks at you. Oh, right. I wink back to show her which baby is our Lord's son. I'll need a performance check. Mary rolls a 2. Oh, shit. Sister Teresa takes the other baby away. Oh, thank God. She grins at Crowley. See, that's how you do it. Crowley, still doesn't mean I'm not going to be a pain in the ass about it. Several interminably long rounds later. Crowley, what checks do I need to do to spot this bloody dog? There is no dog. I can perform an animal handling. Maybe I can do a check based on that. Go on then. Aziraphale rolls a 15. There's a dove in your sleeve. It's also the only animal in the area. It's also dead. What? Bugger, I forgot it was in there. That doesn't help us stop the sodding dog. Can I contact Hell? Roll for deception. What? I'm just asking them for information. While sitting beside a member of the opposition. Oh, right. Right, with my charisma, that's pretty much higher than any of the Lords of Hell. Of course it is. A demon responds. It identifies itself as Dagon, Lord of the Files. Right, right. He looks through his notes. Okay, I say I'm checking in about the Hellhound. Dagon says it was released and should be there. And then they ask if something is wrong. I lie. I say I can see it and it's big and scary. Dagon's charisma isn't that high. Even if she gets a 20, I'm still higher, so we're good, yeah? Dagon takes your word for it. Right, so the dog definitely isn't here? No. But that doesn't make any sense. It was meant to show up for the Antichrist. It was meant to show up for the Antichrist. And warlocks that... Oh. Oh no. Wrong boy. Wrong boy. Mary. What the fuck? No, I delivered it. I delivered the Antichrist. What? God. Good round, guys. We'll continue next week. Mary. No. What? What? God. That's funny. I've only tried playing D&D once. And unfortunately, the people that I played with were actually like people who played weekly. I wanted to play the new Star Wars that came out, and they literally mocked me. My first action, I made a bad roll. It was a bad roll. It wasn't a bad action. And they mocked me pretty mercilessly, and so I never played again. So that's hilarious. I do still like, what do you call it? I still like D&D based humor though, because I like the premise, but the first time that I ever actually tried to play, I was mocked mercilessly. The other times, the people who were there were they were more playing to get laid. They weren't playing to play, and that was a shame. So, okay, so I am moving on to this is the Truce Part 2. Actually, you know what? I should probably wait. That one was a gift. I should probably wait and do a separate let's see. Where else do I have videos stashed? Yeah, it's really not the spirit of the game. It was my ex and a group of guys that he had been playing with. I think it was like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was like five guys. And there was one guy who was not an asshole. And pretty much everyone else in the group was just like absolute dicks. So I was like, well, whatever. Y'all's loss. I have an amazing imagination. So all right, so let's see. I'm going to do, let's see, Ugh. Stop it. Okay. Oh my god. This is a chapter from Say Crack Again by Mackaley. And this one is Charlie Oscar. Bye. Wait a minute. Players flushed a demon down the potty? Oh my god. Bye, cat. All right, so Say Crack Again is one of those, like, one of my favorite crack series. This one is Charlie Oscar Charlie Kilo Sierra, which, if you speak military, is Cox. That was fun. Crowley is coming. Over. The prompt is long distance communication. They turned a castle tower into a potty and flushed it. Okay, on one hand, that's really annoying, but on the other hand, that's kind of brilliant. I'm going to turn that entire castle tower into a big toilet to get rid of that. It took about 30 seconds for Aziraphale to realize that the crackling he heard wasn't from the packet of biscuits he was enjoying with his late evening tea. He stood up and walked around the shop, trying to locate the source of the noise, until he heard a muffled, "Angel, pick up, over." Oh my god. He walked over to the couch and found a small plastic walkie-talkie receiver nestled in the blankets. He picked it up delicately. It was no larger than a third of his hand, and before he could respond back, it crackled to life again. "Angel, over." Okay, well, yeah. At least you gave him the good XP for it, because that is kind of clever. Aziraphale sighed and held the button down. "Crowley?" "This is Anthony J. Crowley," the voice drawled through the radio. "How are you doing this evening, Angel? Over." Oh, as Aziraphale rolled his eyes affectionately. "Oh, for goodness sake. We have telephones, Crowley." "More fun this way, like James Bond. Over." "Will you stop with this ridiculous radio talk? Where did you even get these? A children's toy store? As opposed to an adult toy store?" They both paused, the radio static deafening in the silence. "Never mind. Over." "I'm about to be over this conversation. Is there a reason you called, or was it just to be a pest about leaving your detritus all over my shop?" "Your entire shop is books and detritus. What is one more piece?" Over. God, stop. Aziraphale pinched his nose and sat on the couch. "Darling. Sorry. Just wanted to say hi. You've been busy the past couple days with that new shipment, and I miss you." Crowley paused, and Aziraphale counted down from 3 in his head. Over. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Over. God. Aziraphale sighed again and stroked his thumb along the speaker face of the receiver. "I miss you too, my dear. I'm sorry I've been so busy. Although," he smirked and brought the radio closer to his mouth, "there is a project you could help me with. It's going to take hours and hours, definitely well into the night. A lot of hard work." "What is it?" "Project Foxtrot Uniform Charlie Kilo Mike Echo." Foxtrot Uniform. He trailed off, and Aziraphale waited with a smile on his face. "Yep, Absolutely. Yep. There was a clattering of noise on the other end of the radio as Crowley presumably fell off of whatever surface he was lounging on and scrambled for his keys. Definitely. Be there in 10 minutes. I'm starting in 5. And I'm going to keep the radio on the whole time so you'll hear what you're missing. Yes, good. Message received. 10-4, already out the door, over and out. Oh my God. That's Foxtrot, Uniform Charlie, Kilo, Mike Echo. Fuck me. I'm starting in 5. Wow. That was brilliant. that's like that that's like what you hear when you're watching Star Trek, and it's like I need 4 hours to get this up and running. You've got 3. Okay. I fucking love that. I'm starting in 5. Okay. All right. So you can't compare apples to lemons. This is the prompt is crossovers, lemon stealing whore video. Why do I feel like I've watched that? Lemon stealing whore. It's the intro to a porn, but no explicit content is present. Sorry, I don't know about emphasis. Just a woman in a mesh bodysuit, but you still don't really see anything. Lemon stealing whore. I wonder if you guys will actually be able to hear this. Okay, it's like 2 people sitting. It literally just opened on a lemon tree, and these 2 people are like sitting outside, looking at what the fuck. And now there's this woman just creeping through, picking lemons in these people's backyard. They're just like, I don't know what they're saying. I don't really give a shit what they're saying. But oh my God. She's okay. They're apparently not looking at all. They're like sweet nothing to each other or something. And this woman is just sneaking through, and she's just got like this mesh bodysuit, like bathing suit style. And she's stealing lemons and throwing them and stuffing them down in her soup. Okay, she hasn't been caught yet. They're still they're like literally like 2 feet away, but they're talking about something else, obviously. What the fuck? Okay, so whatever they were talking about, I don't give a shit. And suddenly they both look over. Hey, you lemon stealing whore. Okay. All right, so lemon stealing whore. That's the intro to this particular chapter of Say Crack Again by Mackaley. Okay. So, it was a perfect evening. The air was cool and crisp. His cocoa was warm and sweet, and he was embraced tightly in Crowley's in Crowley's arms as they cuddled under a thick blanket on the expansive bench in the middle of their garden. Aziraphale sighed and breathed deep. Yes, life was worth living for moments like these. I know I say this frequently, but you've done such a wonderful job out here, Crowley. The apple trees look beautiful now that the fruit has come in. Crowley hummed in agreement. 3 large apple trees stood at the far end of the garden behind their bench, and they bore fruit in red, orange, and deep purple. Oh my gosh, those, what are they called? Like the galaxy apples or something? Midnight apple? Yeah, got some real appley apples. Remind me, what varieties did you end up growing? Uh, Crowley threw a look over his shoulder to glance at the trees again. Spartan, Cox, and Cameo. Good range of flavors. Aziraphale set his cocoa down and clapped his hands together. Oh, think of all the things we can make. Ap- apple pie, ap- apple tart tatin, apple cider. Definitely the best plants in the garden, Crowley agreed. Never had a single problem with their propagation or growth. Crowley fell silent for only a moment. Do you think they have apple tree insurance? Must do. They, they'll insure anything these days. Must be able to insure a tree. Could use the apples to bribe the insurance broker into giving us insurance on the tree. That's how good the apples are. A tear formed in Aziraphale's eye. I do love our apple trees. They remind me of us and our beginning and all the endless possibilities of our life now. He could. He could embrace himself. Aziraphale thought he heard a rustle from behind them, but he chalked it up to the wind blowing through their apple trees. The tear threatened to spill over as he thought about their beautiful apples again. Wish I was an apple. Aziraphale turned to face Crowley. Oh, darling, you'd be such a beautiful apple. The apple of my eye, you might say. They both giggled. There might have been a very heavy pour of Bailey's in the cocoa. Not to mention the nearly empty bottle of 30-year Talisker on the demon's armrest. Aziraphale continued. If you were an apple, I'd keep you safe with me always. Put you on a shelf and cherish you, and then when you were ready, I'd make you into the perfect apple crisp. With ice cream. Oh, do we have any ice cream? Don't need ice cream if we've got our apples. Aziraphale nodded and snuck a warm hand under the demon's shirt, and they pulled closer. Crowley shivered. Just hope those bloody kids and that dog aren't stealing our apples. You know, those bloody apple thieves. Always thieving our apples. Aziraphale reached over and took a swig of whiskey. Those damn apple thieving children. No one will take our apples from us. Do you hear, Angel? Aziraphale nodded fiercely, keeping Crowley's burning gaze. Darling, it's been about a minute since we've looked at our beautiful apple trees, hasn't it? It has been about a minute since we've looked at our apple trees. They've turned in unison to look behind them and gaped at what they discovered. Pepper, Brian, and Wensleydale were each in one of the 3 trees, picking fruit quickly and tossing it down to Adam, who placed it in a basket carried by Dog. Crowley stood up suddenly. Hey, what the fuck? Adam spun around and froze before a mischievous smile bloomed on his face. Run! He exclaimed and grabbed the basket before bolting out the back gate. Oh my god. That's funny. Oh my god. It's been a minute since we've looked at our apple trees. My goodness, it has. That was funny. All right, so I will do. All right, there's two more. Chapter 20 is It Is Your Birthday. The summary is Aziraphale receives a surprise that frankly I'd be down to get. Crowley, I don't understand why you sent me a cryptic note to visit. You could have just called and I would have come right over. Aziraphale hung his coat up in Crowley's entry room and frowned when Crowley didn't respond. Crowley? He walked throughout Crowley's sparse flat until he walked into the kitchen and gasped. A giant cake as tall as himself, frosted in an attractive pale blue, sat on the floor. A cream envelope sat on the counter, and Aziraphale saw his name written in Crowley's scrawl. He opened the envelope, and inside was a card that simply said, "Happy birthday, Angel." Birthday? I don't have a birthday. He eyed the cake and his mouth watered. Well, it is a big cake. Surely Crowley won't mind if I dig in. He miracled a fork, and as it approached the thick buttercream frosting, the cake exploded in front of him. Okay, Mackaley, you're in Florida, right? Okay. That better be Publix buttercream. That's all I'm going to say. Cake and buttercream flew in all directions, and Aziraphale shrieked. Crowley burst forth from the inside of the cake, dressed in sparkly red lingerie set, and threw his hands in the air. Happy birthday! Ow! What the fuck? He grabbed onto his arm, which was bleeding profusely, after Aziraphale screamed again and stabbed him with the fork in his hand. Aziraphale, what the fuck? What on earth was that? Aziraphale shouted, clutching the fork to his quickly beating heart. Why would you scare me like that? I don't have a birthday. Is there even any real cake in there? Forgive me. I thought you'd want your sexy demon partner to pop out of a cake. My arm is bleeding, Aziraphale. You stabbed me. And all you want to know is if there's any cake? They stared at each other. Aziraphale slowly reached forward the fork and swiped a blob of frosting off of Crowley's chest. He moved the fork just as slowly back to his mouth and closed his lips around the tines. Crowley's mouth gaped in disbelief, blood still trickling down his arm. Aziraphale swallowed. Well, is there? Okay, Canadian. In the Southeast, there is a chain of stores called Publix. And if you live within driving distance of a Publix, when you have a birthday party, your options are very limited for cake. Your options are Publix cake or being a disappointment to everyone who's invited to your birthday party. Publix cake and Publix buttercream is the best thing ever. I've known people who they lived in areas where if you want a cake, you go to like an actual bakery, not a grocery store, and would give me the, "Oh, you've got grocery store cake?" I'm like, "Yes, I've got grocery store cake, and now you're going to try it." And no one has ever gone, "Oh, I prefer my bakery cake. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they put in it. I don't know if it's unicorn, piss or whatever, but whatever they make Publix cake and Publix buttercream with, that is what you get. If you are within driving distance of a Publix, it's either that or disappointment. And I've gone to places that are like on Food Network, Cake Wars, and like Cupcake Wars and stuff like that. And sure, they're tasty, but they're not Publix, and it's kind of scary a little bit. Oh my God. Okay, I don't know what to think about this particular prompt. The prompt is tentacles. You really do. I think they go, I know that they're in like Georgia, and I think they go like to South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama. It's like, it's all Bible Belt crap. But but Publix is in fact a redeeming quality of having to live with those yahoos. So that and Disney. Okay, so the prompt is tentacles. The summary is the boys have a nice day at the aquarium and nothing illegal happens at all. That's a heck. And it also says, this isn't funny or horny. So sorry, y'all. I don't know what to say. I don't. Well, we're going to try it anyway. All things considered, Crowley enjoyed aquariums. They were dark and relaxing and relatively quiet. Plus, sea creatures were spooky. He was a fan. Oh, stop prodding at the things. Aziraphale batted his hand away from the sea anemone, waving its arms lazily in the shallow pool. Crowley scowled. You're supposed to prod these ones. All the other ones are behind glass. At least I'm not harassing a crab like that kid. He pointed at a kid who was indeed getting pretty aggressive with the crab. The crab pinched the child's finger and Crowley laughed. Aziraphale swatted him again. Stop pointing, you menace. Come on, I want to see the jellyfish. Who wants to see those? He allowed Aziraphale to drag him by the arm into the next room before the angel pressed a quick kiss to his cheek and walked to the large wall of jellyfish. Crowley shoved his hands in his pockets and ambled around the room, bending over periodically to read a sign and make faces at particularly ugly fish, until he walked by an octopus and stopped in his tracks. He didn't know why he was captivated. It's not like he'd never seen an octopus before. He knew about them generally. 8 legs, big brain, some number of hearts. Had a run-in with an octopus demon a couple centuries back, and frankly didn't care for that monstrosity. But looking at this thing now, he was entranced by the way its arms furled and unfurled as it reached for a large rock in its tank. It moved gracefully, undulating as it swam around. And then it looked him right in the eye. Or at least he thought it did. And he felt seen. He didn't know how long he'd been standing there, but he startled at Aziraphale's hand on his lower back. Thought I'd lost you. Oh, look at this fellow. Aziraphale bent in to look closer. A bit odd, aren't they? And I've never understood the difference between these and squids. Crowley couldn't take his eyes away from the octopus. I think I know him. Aziraphale's eyebrows knit in confusion. You know him? Crowley hissed. Aziraphale wasn't getting it. No, obviously I don't know him. It's an octopus. But it's like, look at it. The things are bloody smart, right? What's it doing in a tank? Shouldn't it be in the ocean or a lake? Where do octopuses live? Doesn't matter. The point is, It's not like those stupid jellyfish with no brains just floating around. This thing's got thoughts and feelings. You can tell. I like the jellyfish, Aziraphale said quietly. Yeah, they're all right, he conceded. He kept staring at the octopus as the octopus seemed to look at him. Aziraphale rubbed his back with his hand. I'm going to wander around the gift shop. I'll give you a moment. Crowley nodded. 15 minutes later, he found Aziraphale. Did he steal it? Aziraphale just left him alone with something that he was sympathizing with. Did he steal it? Or did he let it go? 15 minutes later, he found Aziraphale standing in the brightly lit gift shop, thumbing through a children's book about penguins. Hey, Angel, let's go. Oh my god, he had to have. Aziraphale looked at him with concern. Are you sure? Yep, come on, time to leave. You fucking stole it. He rushed past Aziraphale, practically running towards the parking area. He opened the driver's side of the Bentley and sat down quickly. Aziraphale climbed into the other side with an annoyed huff. Now, really, you just left me to run after you. Let's go to the beach. Don't you fancy going to the beach? Nice day for a beach. Let's go. He peeled out of the parking lot, and Aziraphale grabbed onto the door's handle. Crowley, what has gotten into you? He slammed on the brakes as the light turned red. He felt a slimy tentacle sneak out of his shirt collar, and he tried to push it down discreetly. It didn't work. Oh, Crowley, you didn't. Crowley whirled on him. This thing is too smart to be in a tank that small. They're out here solving puzzles and predicting World Cup winners. He deserves to swim around and live his weird octopus life. Make little octopus babies and eat a clam or something. I don't know what to eat. And also, you owe me one for that tortoise you stole from the zoo in the 18th century. The light turned green and he hit the gas pedal. One of the octopus's arms was tickling behind his ear. Aziraphale sighed wistfully. First of all, you know I didn't steal Bartholomew. He named the tortoise. He crawled into my bag and I didn't notice until I got home. Second, I know you pretended to be jealous, but I caught you two basking together in the same sunny spot more than once. And third, yes, I suppose you're right. This is important to you? Crowley nodded silently, his hands flexing on the steering wheel. Aziraphale nodded and patted his leg. Let's go to the beach then. Crowley nodded, turned to face him. Really? Really. He paused. Although, are you sure it's the sea? You weren't sure earlier. He hadn't thought of that. Should probably make sure. He pulled out his phone and pulled up his browser to do a quick Google search. Crowley, eyes on the road! God. As soon as Aziraphale left him alone, I'm like, that he's stealing that octopus. Oh my god, I love it. That's so funny. You knew it was going to happen. Oh my god. I'm actually going to read a couple of mine. I'm going to read a couple of mine specifically that came from the Kinktober prompts, because there's a few that came out in. There's a few crack prompts that came out that just when I made the prompt list, Okay. And I made it with it was me and Serena and Redundant Angel, and we were all talking about it. Um, I was getting their input on some things, and and then when I put it out, and then I realized that there were some things I had no inspiration for, and I felt kind of dumb. I was like, oh my god, I I put these out, and I'm not gonna be able to write about them, and I felt kind of dumb, but then thankfully, like my crack brain came in, and I was like, oh, it doesn't all have to be sex. Some of it can actually be funny, and because I know I can write funny, I can write ridiculous, and so some of them ended up just being ridiculous. Um, and so the first one was distracted sex, and of course the first thing that I thought of was um, um, you know, Aziraphale's reading. But then I couldn't go through with it. It was one of those things that, and then I started writing it as Crowley was distracted by something, and Aziraphale was trying to get his attention, and, and then I was like, I can't do it to these two. I just couldn't. So it ended up being Thaddeus and Harriet Dowling, and it made me giggle so hard to think about it. So I'm going to do a few of my kinky or Kinktober crack prompts. Thaddeus J. Dowling was very important, and he liked that very much. It didn't leave much time to himself or his family, unless necessary, and sometimes not even then. But it was all right, until it wasn't. Harriet was lonely, but not in a way that meant she really wanted company. She just wanted to do something. She wasn't someone who prioritized sex as a requirement to feel loved, but sometimes she wanted what she wanted, and woe betide anyone standing between her and her husband. She headed to Tad's office, hoping he was in between meetings. She found him sitting at his desk, typing quickly. She closed the door behind her. I can't right now, hon. I have to get that speech written before tonight. He barely spared her a glance, but then took a second look. She'd wasted no time once the door was closed. Her blouse was open, showing off her lacy bra, and she was still walking his way. Sweetheart, I have to. Harriet dropped down and tucked herself into the knee space under the desk, and then smiled up at him. Then write your speech. This is for me, not you. She pulled his hips and wheeled his chair back into place before making quick work of his trousers and boxers. She gave a wet and sloppy kiss to the head of his prick. Her voice floated up. Get to work, honey. It just made me laugh. Because not this exact scenario, but I have done that. It's just like, I kind of want to suck a dick right now. This is not for you. Tad's eyes rolled in his head as he groaned low in his chest. He loved when Harriet got like this. He was about to have an amazing weekend. He felt her tongue flick at him, and he turned back to his laptop. This is our family's first Independence Day in the UK, and we are all looking forward to celebrating with you. Like our president, we are proud Americans, and we have decided to mark the occasion by bringing a slice of the Big Apple here to our home away from home. Jesus Christ, that's good, and has always been a window into our great nation. The spirit of the way you move your tongue, oh my God, is the spirit of America itself. New Yorkers rush towards the tonsils. How in the hell do you even do that? With endless energy and boundless creativity. This is a place of hustle and ambition. Oh God, please, yes, just a little harder. Under the bright lights of this, most dazzling of teeth, I love it when you bite, Men and women of all nations know that everything is possible if you go out and holy fuck wet and sloppy. This is the city of the American dream. So join us as we squeeze my balls, baby, to celebrate that spirit that has built America and made it bless this woman's lips. I love her. We are so proud of today. It is an honor to celebrate with our British friends. Do they call blowjobs something else? As we remember the day we were first blessed with knowing about oral fixations, we also remember how we united as allies. The Big Apple didn't fall far from the fuck. Ours is the most special of relationships. Happy Independence, Thaddeus and my fantastic and talented wife, Harriet. That especially makes me laugh because I actually stole that speech from an actual American ambassador. I think it was like the American ambassador's 4th of July speech in like 2016, 2017, something like that. And I just kind of went through it with and destroyed it. Had to have been 2017 because the Tangerine Toddler was already president because it was talking about the president is a New Yorker, and so yeah, I took Trump's American ambassador's speech and made it into a blowjob. And that makes it even funnier to me. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Yes. Orange shit given. Okay, so the next bit of crack that I have is a stranger's roleplay with Beelzebub and Gabriel. I love Beelzebub. I think that they are amazing as a character and all of that. Gabriel, God, I can deal with Gabriel like in fanfic specifically. I can deal with Gabriel if he is an idiot. I've read a couple stories where he was just like a terrible sadist, and I'm like, he's not somebody who gets his hands dirty. But I also I can't deal with Gabriel being terrible. I don't know why. Sandalphon, I can't even write him. I hate him. Sandalphon is the, oh God, what's that bitch's name? Professor, the Defense Against the Dark Arts bitch. Umbridge. Sandalphon is Good Omens Professor Umbridge. 100%. I hate him. And I feel really bad because, I mean, he performed it so well that I hate him. Yes. Okay, so Beelzebub and Gabriel in a stranger's roleplay. So I sit at the bar and you come up and hit on me, but we're acting like we don't know each other. Beelzebub rolled their eyes at Gabriel. Yes. I walk in and I'm trying to pick you up for a one-night stand. Gabriel thoughtfully rubbed his chin. All right, I think I can manage that. Great. Be at this bar at this time. Beelzebub handed him a business card with a grin. I'll see you tonight. They popped out of sight, leaving Gabriel to wonder what he was going to do when this happened. He didn't understand the idea. Why did Beelzebub want him to act like they didn't know each other? He shrugged and went back to work. Plenty to do before personal time. Well, hello, handsome. Haven't seen you here before. Beelzebub slid into the seat next to Gabriel. Oh, hello. Yes, I've never been here before. Do you come here a lot then? He looked at them a little nervously. Not too often, just when I'm looking for a pretty face to ride. They smirked up into Gabriel's shocked eyes. Oh, wow. Direct, aren't you? Gabriel chuckled nervously. Well, I see a strong body with a nice face to look at, and what can I say? I have needs, and I'm not shy about wanting them seen to. So, what do you say? I've got a room upstairs. Beelzebub lightly dragged their fingernails over Gabriel's sleeve. Gabriel pulled his arm away before standing up abruptly. Look, I don't know you, and I do not have one-night stands. I am respectable, and this is entirely inappropriate. Good evening. Beelzebub's jaw hit their chests as they watched Gabriel stomp out of the bar in a self-righteous huff. They pinched the bridge of their nose as they mumbled to themselves. Oh my Satan, he really is that stupid. Their mobile went off, and surprise, surprise, the idiot was calling them. You are unbelievable. What do you mean? I thought I put on a very believable performance. Did I not do all right? Where are you? I'm about to tan your hide for this. Oh, so I did do well then. Beelzebub could hear Gabriel smile. There really was no winning with this idiot. God, when I had this idea, it just because I've never done strangers roleplay, and when I was trying to think of something, and it just smacked into my head. It's just like, I don't know you. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. He's such an idiot. Oh. But the idea of him of him like standing up in a huff just fucking slayed me. Oh my goodness. Okay, so boy. Because they're stupid. Okay. So this one is another Gabe and Gaze. Yeah, I know. Stranger danger. This one is breath play. Beelzebub again tries to introduce Gabriel to something new in the bedroom. It goes about as well as you'd expect. Now, you'll tell me if you're uncomfortable, right? Of course, we've gone over it. I still don't understand what you think is going to happen. Look, when there's risk, there has to be a way for you to tell me that there's something actually wrong. Fine. So, what do I do? Beelzebub circled behind Gabriel, who was kneeling on the bed, tickling their nails over his chest and shoulders. You are going to kneel here and follow directions. Now first, you're going to fondle yourself till you're nice and hard. They hopped up on the bed and sat on the headboard, spreading their legs widely. And you're going to put your tongue to work while you do it. Gabriel shuffled forward and leaned in, doing as he was told as Beelzebub wrapped their legs around his head. Beelzebub could hear the sound of Gabriel stroking himself and let their head hit the wall behind them until they were gasping out with their climax. Gabriel may be a bit of a sexual dummy, but he was at least an enthusiastic student. I need an adult. Beelzebub gently pushed his head back before sliding to the bed, kneeling in front of him. Okay, now you remember the rest of what I told you, right? Gabriel rolled his eyes as he continued to jerk himself off for Beelzebub. Yes, I do. Just because I'm an innocent doesn't mean I can't hear. Beelzebub gave his nipple a pinch and a twist. No back sass. I'm doing this for you. You have no idea how good this is going to feel. Ready? Gabriel nodded, and Beelzebub put their hands over his mouth and pinched his nose close. They watched him carefully, a countdown in their head. At half a minute, they let go, and Gabriel took in a breath. Beelzebub nodded. He seemed to be doing all right. His violet eyes had no worries or fear, so they reached out and once again closed off his mouth and nose, going a little higher in the count, but still watching him closely. Beelzebub repeated this cycle a few times until they reached a full minute and their eyes narrowed in suspicion. Once again, they reached out and put their hands over his mouth and nose. This time, they waited. He was still dutifully stroking his excessive but highly enjoyed cock, careful not to climax before being told to. Beelzebub finally let go with an exasperated noise when Gabriel cocked a curious eyebrow at them. I really don't know what you expected. You know we don't actually need to breathe. It's called breath play, Gabriel. Holding your breath, a little oxygen deprivation makes the head go a little swimmy and things feel more intense. Okay, I still don't see the problem. That's what you were doing. No. Beelzebub sighed and pinched the bridge of their nose. You are supposed to get those feelings. Oh. Just get over here with that anaconda and put my butt to sleep, will you? Now that I know I can do. Gabriel grinned and proceeded to fuck Beelzebub exactly as he'd been taught, and an hour later Beelzebub was lightly snoozing on his chest. Breath play. Humans are ridiculous. They need that to live. Why would they do that on purpose? Because it feels good for some of them. Now quiet so I can take a nap so you can do all of that all over again. Gabriel dutifully shut up and waited for his prince to wake up. He couldn't wait to see what they were going to teach him next. Oh my god, that one just got me so good. That one I actually initially pictured Aziraphale saying, I don't know what you expected. We don't actually need to breathe. But it didn't work for me in my head. So I was like, who else is stupid? It's Gabriel. So I put Gabriel in instead. I think that this is... He really is. He is such a himbo. He's a dumbass. And I like him as a dumbass. It's when he's... And it's when he's written a little bit more as canon. As the asshole boss. um, because he's not a sadist. Sandy is a lot, very much so. Um, he's like the mob boss who doesn't get his hands dirty. Um, and Sandy is the sadistic muscle. But whenever he's written closer to canon, I he makes me very uncomfortable. But as long as he's stupid, um, as long as he's like the clueless middle manager type, I'm okay with him. Um, and I'm almost positive it's just because of John Hamm, because I can't picture John Hamm cruel. I just can't. And I know that that's probably like kind of bad because, you know, people who get typecast and stuff like that. But I can't picture John Hamm's Gabriel doing something joyfully to hurt people. Whereas Sandy, I absolutely can believe that. Yes, I am. I'm going to save it. I'm going to link everything. Um, and all of that. So, yes, it'll be available later. Holy cow. Almost 2.5 hours. Okay, so I think I only have two more um, crack of my own. This one's a short one, and this one was for the public play entry of Kinktober. And once again, I had no ideas until I did. So this one is Anathema and Newt. I really don't think this is such a good idea. Newt was being pulled along by his considerably more adventurous girlfriend down a somewhat less traveled lane in Tadfield. Apparently, she had a small thing for enjoying getting affectionate in public. They had been busted snogging at the grocer's, and he'd lost count of how many times he'd gotten a look from passers-by as she'd grabbed his bum. She'd whistle innocently every time as Newt's face turned pink. Just that morning, she'd pushed him onto a bench and perched on his lap for a searing kiss right in the middle of town. That time, they'd been more than just seen. Excuse me, young persons. Just because you are renting here doesn't mean that the entire village is your home. We don't need that sort of behavior in the open. R.P. Tyler had descended on them like he'd been waiting for them. And considering their shenanigans and how word got around, maybe he had been. You've got plenty of space in Jasmine Cottage to get up to your, well, whatever you young people call it. Head off now. They got up from the bench, Newt duly chastened, and Anathema looking even more mischievous. They scurried along back to the cottage. Well, Newt scurried. Anathema strode purposefully. They had a quick but thoroughly satisfying in Newt's limited experience romp, and then Newt had a nap, leaving Anathema to her own devices. I just noticed that. I'm such a stupid bitch. Leaving Anathema to her own devices for a couple of hours. Newt had awoken a little shell-shocked. It had been just that awkward length of nap that makes a person wonder if it is the same day, or even year, as they'd first gone to bed. He made his way to Anathema, who was reading on the sofa. She moved her legs as he plopped down next to her and accepted the tea she'd had waiting for him. I thought we might go out for a bike ride tonight, right around sunset. What do you think? Anathema was putting so much work into appearing not to have an agenda, it was almost a success. I'd like that. Wait, why? Because I'm adventurous and I want to give my boyfriend a blowjob outside, maybe in the woods. I mean, unless you don't want a blowjob. Newt's eyes went wide with how casually she could just say things like boyfriend and blowjob in the same sentence, and surround it with the statement that she wanted both of those. He'd get used to it, he was sure, but not any time soon. He smiled eagerly and awkwardly. No, I like those. Great! Then we'll have something for dinner and then go for a ride. She leaned over and kissed his cheek before popping off the couch to toss something together. After dinner, they had biked around for a while, and Newt wasn't sure if he was disappointed or relieved by the idea that she'd forgotten about the blowjob. On one hand, blowjob. On the other, getting busted by that neighborhood watch guy again, who he was sure he'd seen at least 3 times since their outing started. Suddenly, Anathema had gotten a gleam in her eye and pulled to the side, leaning her bicycle against a stone wall and waiting for Newt to follow suit. Then she'd taken his hand and started walking down the lane. Anathema was smiling excitedly. Not only did she have a thing for pushing Newt straight out of his comfort zone and into her fast lane, but she was also really enjoying getting on R.P. Tyler's nerves. She couldn't help it. He had been nice until she had actually tried to ask for his expertise on the area, and then suddenly she was crazy or high. She wanted to get busted by him, if for no other reason than to see him snap. Old guy probably hadn't even had sex in years. They were just far enough out of view that someone would have had to be looking for them, but far enough in view that they could be seen. Anathema backed Newt against a tree and kissed him. He gave a little sound of surprise, and she pulled away to wink at him, and then dove back in for more kissing as she unbuckled his belt. It had taken a bit of practice, but he was actually getting very good at the kissing thing, and she loved it. Newt gave another surprised squeak when she reached into his briefs and pulled him out, giving a few strokes. She turned them around, putting her back against the tree and shuffling down to her knees. She gave him another wink before loudly whispering, "Hands on the trunk." Newt did as she told him, just in time for her to lick and twirl her tongue around his head. Air whooshed out, and his eyes closed to give himself over to Anathema's mouth. She would give long strokes and then pull off for a few seconds to look around before coming back. As Newt got closer to his orgasm, she started pushing herself down a little more than usual, just enough. As Newt got closer to his orgasm, she started pushing herself down a little more than usual, just enough to start to gag properly. Just a bit further than a mere poke in the throat. She reached up and pinched his ass, and his hips flexed forward as he came. Anathema tucked him away and zipped him up, rebuckled his belt, and then held out her hands for a pull-up. She looked around again, a little disappointed, but then smiling and leading Newt back down the path to their bicycles. They rode home, Newt a little wobblier than usual, and headed off to bed early. There was a knock on the door as Anathema brewed her coffee and made some toast. She wasn't expecting visitors or deliveries, but she tied her robe a little tighter and went to the door. She opened it slowly, curiously peeking around the door. "Mr. Tyler?" "Good morning, young person. I have something that I believe you could use this morning." The proud member of the neighborhood watch smirked slightly as he handed her a plain thermos. Thank you? What is it?" Anathema took it gingerly, not quite trusting whatever it was. "It is tea with fresh honey mixed in. It's good for a sore, overworked throat, you see." Anathema could feel her face turn red, and she stammered in shock. R.P. held up a hand with another smirk. "No need to thank me." He turned to walk away as Anathema stood frozen in the open doorway, eyes wide and mouth slightly open, gripping the thermos in both hands. He was halfway down the path when he suddenly turned back. "Oh, And if you are ever interested in pointers and how to get past that, as it were, I'll introduce you to Mrs. Tyler. She has been well trained for years. Good morning. Anathema was closing the door as Newt came into the kitchen yawning. Who's that then? What have you got there? Anathema looked up at him, still in shock and red-faced, before answering. We have to move. Oh my god. I will. There are very few hills that I will die on. Mainly because most of the hills that I would die on are already being died on by other people. But I will die on the hill that R.P. Tyler is a kinky motherfucker. It stemmed from a game of fuck, marry, kill. And I think it was, I think that it was Famine, Shadwell, and R.P. Tyler. And everyone wanted to like kill RP, or nobody wanted to fuck him. Let's put it that way. But the more I thought about it as I was like formulating my answer, the more I thought about it, I was like, that uptight fucker, you know that dude's got a wild side. And so my answer to the FMK was that I would kill Famine. I would marry Shadwell because, yeah, dude's crazy. But he's really got a heart of gold, okay? His heart's in the right place. And so I would marry Shadwell and I would fuck R.P. Tyler because that uptight fucker's got a kinky side. And and it kills me. It makes me laugh. And the first person that had read it had I mean, they were like, you know, traumatized. Like, I can't believe that you just made me read, you know, R.P. Tyler is a kinky fucker with my own eyes, that kind of thing. And it was Silicon Alien. And so so I actually wrote a story of Crowley. It was Crowley and R.P. Tyler. I did not get into details. I could not go that far. But it was Crowley and RP. Crowley was taking a dude to the airbase to sabotage so that way it wouldn't be ready. And he had to pass through Tadfield, and he ended up seducing RP Tyler, who like brought him in, and he was like, yes, kneel here, and I have shackles and impact play. And Crowley's like, damn, I love humans, they're unpredictable. And so of course when I wrote it, I gifted it to Alien, and she was like, what the fuck did you just make me read? And so of course as soon as I wrote this one, I was like, Alien, I wrote you a story. And she was like, how dare you make me read R.P. Tyler's a kinky fuck again? And I'm like, because it's funny. I just absolutely, that's my hill. R.P. Tyler's a kinky fuck is my hill. And it makes me laugh. All right, so the last one of my crack series was also for Kinktober, and it is Aziraphale and Crowley are visiting Anathema and Newt. The small group was well into the third bottle of wine when Aziraphale spoke out of turn. It had nothing to do with the current conversation, just something that popped into his head. Anathema, dear, would you like to know why the term shooting your load started? No, 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 Angel, please don't. Yes, I absolutely would. We were in Rome, and the fire masters had just come up with the most delightful new invention. I am literally begging you. Crowley and I were sitting on the roof of a very high building, and Crowley had snuck some of their munitions to try to set them off himself. I will do anything if you stop talking. They called them Roman candles. Oh, Crowley, Nero did the most terrible things with them. Do you recall? Yes, stop speaking. We were having an intimate moment. Crowley, dear, please get off me. And as I was still very repressed, he thought to tease me a bit. As he was poking fun at me, he did end up climbing through me. Crowley, stop that. And the candle went off quite unexpectedly as he was using one of them on himself to masturbate. But girl, nice to see you. We're leaving now. A muffled, laughing Aziraphale was bodily carried out to the car as Anathema fell off her chair, cackling and trying to catch her breath. Newt simply sat shell-shocked, not moving on the sofa, blinking rapidly, his jaw loose. I'm just picturing, they're like sitting on the sofa and stop, and just like climbing on him like a little kid. God, it's so funny. But I didn't have time to write what I was actually going to write for that one, so hopefully I'm going to get the other one done, which is that Aziraphale takes possession of a delivery that he thinks is cooking implements because he ordered a bunch of shit off of Amazon or whatever. But it's all sex toys, and so he tries to cook with them. And I can't wait because it's coming along, and I need to. It's like a series of bizarre paragraphs so far that I just need to tie together. So those are my cracks. Those are my crack stories. Let's see. All right, I am going to. God. I don't like websites that don't have quick load. All right, I am, in fact, I was going to do. I don't know. All right, because I think you're here. So I was gifted a fic by Magic Rat, but I'm wondering. But I kind of think that I haven't read it. I know it's 2,500 words, which is probably about 25 minutes, but I wanted to give it its own video. I think I will. Pigeon stole your sandwich. That sounds terrible. Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry. My sister passed away 5 years ago. She was autistic and retarded, and so obviously we still do her birthday, and then we do her anniversary, and you get, my mom puts together little things of her favorite cookies and M&Ms because it was her favorite candy. And I just keep looking at this bag going, I'm going to eat these M&Ms at some point. And apparently that some point is right now. Okay, so let's look for some different crack because I want to give the truce its own video. I wonder. Some things don't have a dark mode, and it is redonkulous. Cornbread macaron. Okay, I'm not lying. I'm gonna eat it anyway. I don't know why I became a macaron lover, but I did. All right, so let's see. What else do we have? Ooh, we've got Abandoned Hope. Did I already do that one? I thought I did. I did start that one. Not that bad. Yup. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm crunching. Okay. Okay, so this is Summerofspock's. Crack fills. This one is Summerofspock's crack fills. Okay, I gotta put these away before I just sit here and eat M&Ms, and nobody wants to watch me just sit here and eat M&Ms. Okay, so Good Intentions by Summerofspock. These are they're crack fills. Release the Kraken. I've actually used the phrase about releasing the Kraken in my Choose Your Own Adventure. God, it still makes me laugh. Okay, so Good Intentions by Summerofspock. This one is cough syrup. Prompt is drugs. You're supposed to be at home. Crowley is glowering at him from the doorway to his bedroom, and Aziraphale thinks it's distinctly unfair how attractive he looks while glowering. That's supposed to be an ugly expression. Just to check, Aziraphale glowers back. It feels like an ugly expression, but he isn't sure because Aziraphale's face is smooshed into Crowley's pillow. which smells very nice, actually. You smell nice, Aziraphale says, keeping his face pressed into the pillow while he wriggles his shoulders out of his jacket. And you're high as a kite. What the heaven did you take? Hallucinogens and colds don't play nice. I beg to differ. That's like the one thing I want when I'm on a cold. Aziraphale can hear him moving closer, snaky boots going tip-tap, tip-tap. Aziraphale flops onto his back and looks up at Crowley. He raises one hand and tries to touch Crowley's chin because there's a little spot where he missed shaving. Or does he miracle it away? How would you miss a spot if you miracle yourself clean shaven? The little spot is shaped like a heart. And Aziraphale smiles. Shaved heart, he announces, wiggling his finger. Crowley grabs his hand and pushes it back to the bed. Very silly of him to get within snatching distance because Aziraphale is stronger than him, even if his muscles all feel like sloopy noodly noodle things. A simple tug has Crowley tumbling on top of him. Aziraphale lets out a pleased hum even as Crowley wriggles away. What are you doing? You're sick, Crowley says, very accusing. Very unfair. Aziraphale has done nothing wrong. I hate human colds, Aziraphale grouses. He'd very much like to sniff Crowley again, so he edges closer to where the demon is perched beside him. Yes, but they hardly last, unless you've got something worse. No, Aziraphale says, wrapping his hand around Crowley's thigh and tugging so he can push his face into it. Ah, Crowley smell. He rubs his nose against the scratchy jean fabric and Crowley yelps, shoving him off. It's going to go away, though, Aziraphale says. I drank the whole bottle. Oh, my God. Get better faster if you take more. Maths. I'm very intelligent. Did you know that? No! Crowley is slapping away his hands as Aziraphale continues to sneak them over his legs and around his sides. The whole bottle? You idiot! Aziraphale grabs Crowley and dumps him against the pillows, grasping him close like he's the world's pointiest teddy bear. Yes, idiot. You too, biggest idiot. Very pretty, though. Pretty idiot. Crowley is pretty, isn't he? Handsome. Kissing handsome. Kiss, kiss, kiss. He chirps into Crowley's chest. Crowley freezes. Aziraphale? Unfortunately, Aziraphale has fallen asleep. He will also be very embarrassed in the morning. Oh my God, that's funny. Kiss, kiss, kiss. So cute. Oh my. Okay. We'll do this one and then we'll move on to, was it release the Kraken. Ah. Turbo, thank you. Boink. Okay. This one is called Mix and Match. The tags are dildos, tentacles, non-traditional efforts, masturbation, and pining. Aziraphale went upstairs and immediately opened his chest of goodies. He had spent all night with Crowley, and the demon had been wearing what had looked like a mesh shirt, and Aziraphale had been able to see his nipples, for goodness sake. Nipples? Excuse me. To say he'd been sporting a stiffy for the majority of the evening was underplaying the issue. He wasn't supposed to be fantasizing about Crowley or his nipples. Now that the demon had taken his leave, Aziraphale would finally get some relief. He withdrew the special box he kept it in. It was his favorite when he wanted something in his mouth while he masturbated. Unable to wait another moment, he undid his trousers and opened the box. It lay quiescent, as it always did. A thick black whip dotted with red suckers. Oh my. That he couldn't wait to feel against his tongue. He crawled into bed, already palming his hard prick as he clutched the toy in his other hand. He laid back against the pillows and pressed the tip of the dildo against his mouth, savoring the fleshy weight before letting it slip inside. Aziraphale loved the way it penetrated his mouth, the suckers scraping over his soft palate. The base was always too big. It stretched his mouth unpleasantly, while the soft, fleshy tip nudged the back of his throat and made him choke. He fisted his hand around his leaking cock and stroked, forcing a moan out around the toy. Not good enough. Rolling over, he held the dildo by the base against the mattress so he could take it deeper. He rubbed it against the sheets and imagined what it would be like if Crowley were there. A Crowley who wanted him. So, Crowley. Come on. Surely such a Crowley would say his mouth would look better filled with a cock. Or maybe he'd take the toy from Aziraphale and ease it into his body so he could fuck him with it. Maybe he would still be wearing that mesh shirt. Maybe Aziraphale would be able to suck on his nipples. Aziraphale moaned. He was so close. A sharp clattering made him falter, a flash of black in the corner of his eye. Aziraphale sat up, and a squelching noise sounded when his mouth separated from the suckers. Crowley stared at him. A string of spit connected his lower lip to the tip of the tentacle, and he couldn't decide if he should try to hide the toy or put his cock away. I broke your doorknob, Crowley said from the doorway, holding up said doorknob. Aziraphale swiped his sleeve over his wet mouth as the endorphins began to ebb. Embarrassment rushed in its wake, and his mind finally came back online. What are you doing here? He demanded as he zipped himself up and stood. The dildo sat, an incriminating tentacle, upon the duvet. Crowley glanced at it. I forgot my jacket, Crowley said. And you're in my bedroom because... Aziraphale asked, finding anger a bit easier to handle than embarrassment. Crowley, whose nipples he could most definitely still see, had just walked in on him masturbating, and now he was standing there gaping like a salmon. You were making noise, like... Crowley glanced at the bed again. Thought you needed help. Aziraphale rubbed at his eyes with one hand, ready to send Crowley off and hopefully never speak of this again. Instead, Crowley ventured, demons have sort of a mix and match thing. What's that supposed to mean? Aziraphale asked, not feeling up to Crowley's strange observations. Crowley shrugged one shoulder and sucked on his lower lip. Just, some demons have tentacles around their... Crowley made an all-encompassing gesture at his groin. So I can too? Can also make it into a turtle, but that's probably not up your alley. Aziraphale swallowed and looked at Crowley's crotch. A flushed pink tendril pushed its way out of Crowley's waistband and began to undo his zip. Aziraphale's mouth went dry. Interested? Crowley asked as a second tentacle emerged. Very. Oh my god. That's amazing. Just the tentacle coming out and just let me just take care of this zipper for you. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. That's good. Do, 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 do. Okay. Okay. So we have I'm looking at my video and I'm just like, I can't wait until I get like art or something, like decoration. I moved in 10 days ago. All right, so this one is Release the Kraken. Crowley brings Aziraphale some delectable pastries, but underestimates exactly how stimulating he will find the ensuing scenes of gastronomic debauchery that ensue. Finding it all a bit much, he flees to take care of things, but in his haste makes a minor miraculous mishap, which leads to Aziraphale finding out rather more than Crowley intended. I will definitely be linking all of these. It was the eclair that did it, Crowley thought. The chocolate eclair in the library with the... No, the Cluedo simile was falling apart. Okay, that's like exactly what I was just... This chocolate eclair in the library and killed Mr. Green, who happens to be Shadow. Anyway, the Cluedo simile was falling apart, as was Crowley's thought process, rapidly devolving into incoherence under the onslaught of the angel in his lap. It was the angel with the eclair in the bookshop who did the deed. Then again, it was Crowley who had put the weapon into his hands. Well, mouth, weapon. He giggled inside his own head. More than one now. Crowley had to admit a rather large, creamy dollop of responsibility for how events had unfolded. And whilst he had been briefly alarmed, it had all worked out in his favor in the end, even if he didn't plan it that way. It had begun with Crowley sauntering easily down the street. His sharp, serpentine senses picked up on the delectable scent of freshly baked goods from the local patisserie. He followed his nose and came to a halt outside the window, gazing at the enticing treats within. They held no gastronomic interest for Crowley himself. Give him a nice bottle of Chateau Lafite Rothschild, 1958. Is that a real thing? That's, food I'll look up, but wines, I'm like, I have no idea if you guys are like actually doing your bacchanalian research. I have no doubt that these things that like that's a real thing, but it's the one thing that when it comes to, because I mean we all do research for our fics. We're all crazy like that. But the wines are the one thing that I'm like red, white, champagne. I have like no interest in doing any kind of wine research. You're not sorry about the French pastry names. You're not. Yeah, I don't. I try to be like really vague when it comes to wine and food, unless it's something that like I know. But for the most part, I really do try to keep it as vague as possible. Give him a nice bottle of Chateau Lafite Rothschild, 1958, and that was him set up for the night. Oh, and a good strong black coffee in the morning or afternoon, depending on when he woke up. No, fine cuisine held a fascination for Crowley not for what it could do for him, at least not directly, but for what it could do for Aziraphale, the most delicious looking angel he had ever set his golden slitted eyes upon. It was truly an experience to sit in Aziraphale's presence while he got his lips wrapped around whichever culinary treat that Crowley had indulged him in. The demon would sit there, feeling safe behind the relative anonymity of his shades, fist clenched tight on the table to keep it resolutely away from his crotch, as he watched Aziraphale's delighted little wriggles and delightfully debauched noises as he devoured each morsel with relish. Crowley was very glad for the existence of long tablecloths. Many of their fine dining experiences might have been rather more embarrassing affairs were it not for the blessedly censoring effect of them on Crowley's tightly wrapped nether regions. Anyway, the eclair, long and glossy and filled with cream. Perfect. Just the thing Aziraphale loved to get down his throat. Crowley bit his cheek and tried to rein in his overactive imagination before it got carried away. Pastries. Right. Just a box. A little selection. He could pop by the bookshop and present them to Aziraphale. Use it as an excuse to relax there for a while with a cup of coffee and indulge in his own guilty pleasure of surreptitiously observing the angel enjoying his food. He had to fill his mental wank bank somehow, after all. And if he could make Aziraphale smile in the process, all the better. Crowley wandered into the shop and selected a few items to be wrapped up in a fancy box and sauntered away with it tucked carefully under his arm. He placed it on the passenger seat of the Bentley, used a small miracle to ensure it wouldn't slide about no matter how hard he drove, and set off. Angel, Crowley called out as the bell over the door jangled back into silence again. Brought you a little something. Aziraphale poked his head out from around a bookshelf. A delighted expression flowed across his features. Truly, he cooed. How simply lovely to see you. Shall I pop the kettle on? Not sure it'll fit you, but sure, give it a go. Oh my god. Chateauneuf de Pape. Okay. They I'm only I hope that this isn't a spoiler for anyone who actually wants to watch it. But Prodigal Son has Chateauneuf de Pape, and once again, it's an agreement between two people who really should not be making agreements, but it's like the whole mutually assured destruction thing, and it made me laugh when he was like, "Oh, shall we agree to this over Chateauneuf de Pape?" And I was like, "Tee hee." Okay. I don't remember what it was. That probably means I need more wine. Okay. Crony. Oh, yeah. Popping the kettle on. Oh, my God. Crowley, I might as well just... Oh, no. Now there's no room for Chambord. Yeah, I'm just kidding. There's always room for Chambord. Wait, what just happened? What's wrong? I just had the feeling that I'd kill people, but I still love it. Oh my god, that would be so funny. That really is an AU that needs to be written. Just a serial mass murderer. That was another thing that killed me with Prodigal Son. Is at one point, because he's got like the American accent going and all that. But at one point I've only watched the series like 3 times. Yes, I have. In like the past month and a half, seriously. I watched it 3 times. So, but there's one part where he's trying to talk to one of his kids or something about and the phrase comes out is I'm the nice one. And he goes from like this really nice flat American accent, and his like he goes up like about a half octave and goes, I'm the nice one. And I'm just like, not this time you're not. Because he was trying to get somebody else to do the dirty work. I'm the nice one. I was like, oh my gosh. Potassium carbonate, who is that? Oh, wait. Potassium carbonate. Is that sodium azide? You are very themed, yes? Okay, I'm sorry. Alrighty then. Alright, so let's go on to the oh. Headcanon that Crowley gets creeped out by weeping angels, but he has no idea why. Ooh, yeah. I like it. I mean, I know that it's one of those things that like, actors probably get like really, but I really do like the whole you know tying things together, um like like Arthur calling Crowley. I think they're quite getting on with it, Doctor. That had to have been like some kind of a moment for him, to get to call Tenant Doctor. And it's just one of those things that's like, I love it. And I always feel bad because every once in a while I get like that, um what's the word I'm looking for? Like that outsider um POV thing where it's like, yes, he's an actor and and obviously he likes the role. And I mean, he was writing fanfic for it, like when he was a kid. But it's like, you have to wonder if it bothers him at some point because it was like 10 years ago, you know? And and it's just one of those things. It's like I would feel awkward approaching him and saying something like that because I wouldn't know. It's like, okay, like he's at a convention, he's being paid to, smile and be happy about you talking about Doctor Who, and then he goes home, he's like, they they won't shut up about Doctor Who. And that's part of the reason why I would never be able to go to a convention and actually interact with a with an actor or a performer that I admired, because I would be terrified that it would be something that they're like, yay, you know, whatever. It's just me. I'm at the bottom of the bottle, so I'm getting maudlin. Okay, let's get back to this story, right? That's why you're here. You're not here to listen to me go on. Okay. Okay, he was trying on the kettle. Okay. I bought myself a kettle. Sorry. I swear I'm gonna get back to this story. Okay. I think I just smudged my glasses. Okay. Shall I pop the kettle? Not sure it'll fit you, but sure, give it a go. Crowley grinned back as Aziraphale rolled his eyes at the demon and wandered back to the small kitchenette in the back. Crowley placed the box on the little coffee table and then sank down onto the sofa in a pile of untidy angles in the manner of a collapsed deck chair. A little later, Aziraphale reappeared, bearing a cup of Earl Grey tea for himself and a cup of coffee for Crowley, and a full glass of wine for Quefish. He passed it over with a smile as he espied the box from the bakery. Oh, Crowley, you shouldn't have. It's no big deal. I just saw them and thought of you. Crowley coughed and backtracked hurriedly. I mean, thought you might like them, Um, He gave up and gulped the scalding coffee to shut himself up before he put his foot in it. Too late. Aziraphale settled down in his own chair and lifted the lid on the box, his aura fairly glowing in contentment at the sight. Oh, how lovely! First, he selected a raspberry macaron. Oh my god, I love macarons. And popped it down the hatch, closing his eyes happily as he crunched through the crisp outer shell into the chewy center, moaning as he did. Crowley shifted slightly in his seat and licked his lips. It had begun. He settled down to enjoy the show. He used to like start tossing coins and notes into a box next to the Aziraphale. The show had begun. Next, to be plucked from the box by the angel's finely manicured fingers was a cannoli. Hey, guess what? I has a Google and I'm fixing to use it. Cannoli. A cannoli. It's probably cannoli. Yeah. A cannoli is a small French pastry flavored with rum and vanilla. Oh, that sounds good. With a soft and tender custard center and a dark, thick caramelized crust. It takes the shape of a small striated cylinder up to 5 centimeters in height with a depression at the top. So it looks like a teeny little bundt cake, but it's like custard. So a custard bundt instead of bundt cake, bundt custard. Can they? All right. Rum and vanilla, though. I'm down for that. He licked delicately at the fine dusting of gold leaf the patisserie had chosen to decorate the confection with, then took a bite of the soft little pastry with its subtle vanilla tones, infused with... I knew that! Okay, I googled that. Infused with a hint of rum. And it's caramel. Okay, so I didn't need to Google that. Google that at all. He chewed thoughtfully, wriggling in his seat slightly, then devoured the second half as Crowley sneaked a cushion into his lap as casually as he could muster. Go on. Oh my god. Okay. Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm actually decently confident that I know how to pronounce this next one, but I still don't know what it is. It's like Mifui. How do you pronounce Milfoy? Okay. Okay. This is very serious business. A crisp milfoy was the next item to come under Aziraphale's close consideration. He held his hand underneath it as he bit through the pastry, and it shattered into flakes at the touch of his teeth. Little crumbs festooned, that's a good word, his delicate lips, and his pink tongue darted out to lick them clean. Crowley whined under his breath, his traitorous cock stirring uncomfortably in his overly tight jeans at the sight. Aziraphale paused to sip some tea. Then his gaze alighted on the chocolate eclair. Ooh. I already know what that is. I don't have to Google it. Okay. The devilish smile lit up a devilish smile lit up his features as he dived in, picking up the long, plump, and slightly phallic pastry, regarding it with the hungriest look in his eyes. His lips parted gently, and Crowley began to feel slightly faint with the rush of blood to his nether regions. He felt his pulse flutter a tad faster, and struggled to retain his cool facade. He swallowed nervously and bit his lip. Aziraphale's tongue darted out to lick a drip of chocolate from the tip, and Crowley suddenly felt altogether far, far too hot. He wriggled out of his jacket, not taking his eyes from the angel for a moment. Next, Aziraphale opened wide and slid the eclair into his mouth, taking a generous bite. A smidgen of sweet whipped cream smeared his lips, and Crowley groaned quietly before quickly covering his mouth with his fist and discreetly biting down on his own knuckles to shut himself up. Eat the eclair! Eat it! The angel chewed delicately, then swallowed, throat rippling, licked his lips, then noticed a dollop of cream about to fall from the bitten end of the eclair. He swept it up on a fingertip, then conveyed it to his mouth to lick off the digit in a blatantly extravagant display of truly sinful proportions that made the demon break out in a cold sweat. Oh, Crowley, this is, without a doubt, the most delightful. Oh my god, I want to use this line someday. This is, without a doubt, the most delightful thing I've had in my mouth in simply ages. Aziraphale enthused. Crowley.exe stopped working. So delightfully creamy. I probably say that word differently every single time I see it. Crowley sat, eyes wide, behind his shades as Aziraphale popped the remainder of the eclair into his mouth, closing his eyes with a look of rapturous delight and an ecstatic little moan. Crowley's trousers were approximately 97% smaller in the crotch region than when he'd arrived. Definitely too tight. Far, far too tight. I forgot! Crowley blurted out, "Got to in the car. The thing. Yeah, forgot. Sorry. Zero fell. Gotta go." And he scuttled for the door in a panic, hoping to hell that the extremely obvious bulge in his jeans hadn't been glimpsed. Got to. Yeah, see you later. Good seeing you. Enjoy the rest of the cream. Fuck of all the fake foods. Goodbye. Enjoy. Oh my god. I can hear all of that, like interspersed with like stumbling sounds. Like as he like tries to get around things in the bookshop trying to get out. He fled, leaving a very bemused Angel in his wake, still chewing on the pastry. Bemused. He knows. He knows. Crowley bolted for the Bentley, parked by the curb outside, heart hammering in his chest, quivering with nerves, yanked the door open and flung himself into the seat. With shaking hands, he hurriedly tried to snap to black out the windows. There was no way he'd be able to drive in this state. He needed to take care of things first. Unfortunately, in his haste, he hadn't quite snapped properly. The windows were not, as he assumed, blacked out. They weren't blacked out so much as a what's the word I'm looking for? As a projection screen. Crowley hoisted himself up off the car seat and yanked at his belt buckle with trembling fingers before shoving his jeans down his hips, swearing at the difficulty of the skin-tight encumbrances, allowing his impressively sized cock, the Kraken, to spring free at last. He sank back down into the seat and pulled at his cock, closed his eyes, and allowed his head to tip back as he sought relief, his mind flooded with the erotic imagery of the past few minutes in the bookshop. Letting his hand work as the other gripped the steering wheel to ground himself. Okay, because see, okay, so the thing, his mind flooded. Okay. It's only because I actually happen to have some cookies here that I'm going to do this. Oh my god. Ooh. These are chessmen cookies. And the one on top happens to be the queen. And so I'm just picturing his mind flooded with the erotic imagery. Oh, damn, that's good. I don't think I've ever had these before. I have seen the art. I know that I've seen the art, but I'm gonna look again. Okay, so I'm looking at this art. It's porn. So I think that this is what this was part of the birthday gift that Neil Sarah had sent over to Kirsty GDD. But I think that Aziraphale in the window has been added. But okay. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I've actually never in person seen the dick on a slim person. So there's a lot in this picture that I'm just like, really? Is that how? But the thing that gets me is the fact that his belt buckle is smiling. It looks like a little smiling snake. And on one hand, I'm like, I wonder if that was on purpose. And on the other hand, I'm like, of course it was on purpose. Because, yeah, I've never actually in person seen a dick like that. Because, yes, it is. Because my exes were all a little bit bigger than the average bear. And so, yeah, whenever I see meals art, I'm always like, is that what it looks like if you're not fat? And I feel bad, but I really have no experience in person like that. So yeah, but I think that the Crowley was in the birthday picture, and Aziraphale was added for this fic. Possibly. The belt is going to make trouser snake jokes in the selling necklace. That belt is smiling. Okay, I am gonna link it, obviously, because I'm gonna link everything that I've read here. I'm gonna do the whole timestamp thing. But I hope that GDD is able to get the pick out, like the censored one, because that belt is smiling, and it has every reason to. I know I've fallen behind on chat, but I can't wait to read more of it. Aziraphale wasn't at all sure what to make of Crowley's sudden disappearance, but he'd left his jacket behind on the sofa. Oh, has he? Licking the last bit of chocolate from his thumb, Aziraphale stood and crossed the room to pick up the jacket. He hadn't heard the engine of the Bentley start up yet. Perhaps Crowley hadn't moved off. He might be able to rush out and give it back. He peered out of the window, and sure enough, the car was still parked outside. Crowley was sitting in the driver's seat, head tipped back, shaking somewhat. What on earth was wrong? Aziraphale gathered up the jacket and strode out to investigate and give the demon his jacket back before he left. and to thank him properly for the afternoon tea delicacies. Aziraphale stepped out into the street. It was unusually quiet this afternoon, and strode over to the Bentley. Crowley was still sitting with his eyes closed, shaking, and, oh, good Lord. Aziraphale froze in his tracks, taking in the sight before him, mouth hanging open in surprise. Oh, yeah, that's why your mouth's open. Crowley had unleashed a, well, Aziraphale's mind somewhat stalled at this point, lost for adequate description. It was certainly a great big bugger, at any rate, rising up from between his legs. Rising up, it rather put him in mind of something. Remembering where they were, and not having any particularly coherent train of thought, Aziraphale hastily opened the passenger door and leapt in. What? Oh no! Let me join you. Oh no! Aziraphale hastily opened the passenger door and leapt in, slamming it closed behind him and snapping his fingers to actually black out the windows. Crowley's head spun around quicker than a whippet with a bum full of dynamite. A whippet with a bum full of dynamite. That is another Douglas Adams kind of. His eyes went wide and he froze, his hands stilled in a death grip on his cock. A strangled string of consonants escaped from his lips, which defied any rational attempt at translating into text. Okay, I don't read a whole lot of like fandoms. I think the only fandoms that I've ever read was Harry Potter. And I read a lot of Raylo and Chirrut Bay's fanfic. But I've never seen the word consonants so often. In fact, it wasn't Crowley talking. Oh God. Okay. Woo! Oh my gosh! I literally just cleaned this today. Okay. A strangled string of consonants escaped from his lips, which defied any rational attempt at translating into text. Suffice it to say, the exclamation of noises from the ass end of the alphabet made no more sense to Crowley himself than they did to Aziraphale, who simply held up the jacket by way of explanation. You forgot something, he said. Well, you forgot a few things, actually, Aziraphale said with a weak smile. I'm just picturing all of this happening, cock in hand. Hang on, I got my glasses thing here. Because you know that cock ain't going limp. It's standing exactly where it is. I unfortunately don't have a better thing than my glasses case to stand in for a cock. I keep banging on my desk. I have a real desk. I'm so excited about it. Anyone who's watched my videos for like the past year knows that I've been on a card table, and I'm not on a card table anymore. I'm actually on a desk. I have a real desk. Anyway. Okay. Well, for one, you forgot your jacket. Secondly, I think you might have forgotten to miracle your windows opaque before embarking on your current endeavor. Aziraphale swallowed nervously. And thirdly, I believe you may have forgotten that you're not the only one who appreciates our little intimate dining moments together. Oh, he does? Crowley gulped, his brows knitted in confusion. He still gripped he still gripped onto his rock hard cock like a drowning man, gripping onto a piece of driftwood to stay afloat in a sea of uncertainty. What? It hasn't escaped my notice that you rather enjoy dining together. I would like to apologize, as I fear that your current predicament is somewhat my fault. I confess that I was perhaps hemming it up a little for your benefit. You were what? Aziraphale squirmed slightly. A guilty expression passed across his face, and then came back and camped there. I was just trying to return the favor. You brought me such delectable treats, so I decided to show you my appreciation, as I thought you might enjoy it. I fear I may have gone overboard a little. Okay, because now I may have gone overboard, okay? Oh my fucking god. Okay, so here's what I'm picturing, okay? It's like Aziraphale just said, oh, nibble, nibble. Making his little, that's so good. But the way he says it, I was hamming it up a little for your benefit. I'm just picturing, at this point, it's like, just like, ah. I'm just picturing like making all it sounds over the biscuit, right? It's just like, oh, it's just like I'm hamming it up a little bit. You call that hamming? God. Bottom of the bottle, baby. Crowley was incredulous. You were putting on that entire display for my benefit? Maybe a little. Aziraphale confessed with raised eyebrows and an apologetic smile. Crowley finally let go of his cock. Mouth opening and closing silently for a moment, just and just bottom of the bottle, baby. Bottom. This is what you get. Bottom of the bottle. Mouth opening and closing silently for a moment. Aziraphale's gaze glazed, slid downward, and he licked his lips without entirely meaning to. The movement did not escape Crowley's notice. What on earth were you expecting to gain from all that, then? Crowley eventually asked. Well, something like this was probably somewhere at the back of my mind, if I'm completely honest, I suppose. At least in certain daydreams. Daydreams? All right. Fantasies, the angel admitted. Crowley reached up and rubbed the bridge of his nose before pinning. Sorry, I'm dropping my fake cock here. Rubbed the bridge of his nose before pinning Aziraphale with a serious gaze. Let me get this straight, because I need to be completely, utterly, 100% clear on this point. You have fantasized about me getting my cock out over your frankly obscene enjoyment of food? Aziraphale's eyes darted away for a second before looking down at his own lap. Shamefaced. Yes? He said in a quiet voice. Oh, Crowley said after a moment of silence between them. Quite. Aziraphale dared to look up. Crowley met his gaze. They remained that way for approximately 2.5 seconds before suddenly surging together in a passionate kiss. As kisses go, it was something chaotic for a start. A jumbled mess of hands tangling in hair, lips smashed together, bruising against teeth, tongues wrestling for dominance, and a truly amateurish but thoroughly enjoyable and intense period of discovery for the pair of them. After an indeterminable amount of time, they began to relax into the kiss somewhat, and hands began to drift to other areas of each other's bodies. Meandering at a leisurely pace downwards before eventually arriving somewhere around belt level. At least Aziraphale's belt level. Crowley's was still around his knees. With a smiley face. With a questioning mumbled against each other's mouths in inquiry. Both endeavored to nod without breaking the kiss, and the hands continued lower onto glasses cases. His concern quickly flipped into outright confusion. and near panic as Aziraphale broke off the kiss, bent down low and put his lips and tongue to a far more enjoyable use than mere consumption of food items. Crowley gulped, then whimpered and tried to concentrate to stop himself from melting into a snaky puddle on the seat as that angelic tongue began positively dancing around his cock, working up and down with delightful fluttering licks before coming up again to swirl around the head and then delving down again. Aziraphale apparently decided to choose this moment to discover that angels do not possess a gag reflex. As you fail, Crowley yelped out, hips jerking reflexively. The angel merely hummed and swallowed down deeper as Crowley's eyes rolled back in his head and he hissed out a string of unintelligible sibilants, hands grasping at Aziraphale's soft, blonde curls in his lap. His train of thought had been well and truly derailed. Aziraphale was picking up the pace now, making the same contented little noises he made while he enjoyed a particularly delectable morsel of hot cuisine. It was far too much for Crowley, and with a long, low groan and a bone-deep shudder, he served up serious business. It was far too much for Crowley, and with a long, low groan and a bone-deep shudder, he served up an extra portion of cream for Aziraphale to enjoy, which he did, swallowing it all down eagerly with a happy hum. He lifted off, and damn it all if the angelic bastard didn't pull the handkerchief from his top pocket and use it like a napkin to dab delicately as. Do I even have something like that? I don't. That makes me so. Oh, well, I've got like a. He lifted off, and damn it all if the angelic bastard didn't pull the handkerchief from his top pocket and use it as a napkin to dab delicately at his lips as he did at the end of every meal, and with a satisfied grin and a saucy look in his eyes. Toss that away now. Angel? Crowley gasped, still trying to wrap his head around the activities that had just transpired. Aziraphale had a particularly smug smirk plastered across his features. Crowley's gaze slid downwards to take in Aziraphale's still tented trousers, then met his gaze again. May I sample the menu as well? Aziraphale sat back with a smile. Absolutely, dear boy. Crowley grinned and bent down. Ow, that actually hurt my lip. Oh no, there's an asterisk. There's an asterisk. If you got this reference, you get a high five in my endless appreciation. I was so proud to be able to turn a random case match Crowley utterance into an Easter egg from another Pratchett book. I will fully admit, I will not have gotten that. I have not read any other Pratchett, and I have also actually never read any other game. That's the truth. I always feel kind of dumb when I say that because I'm not, like I'm not a Sir Terry and Gaiman fan. I literally saw that a bunch of my friends were losing their fucking minds that Good Omens was being made. Like last March, something in there, somewhere in there, was when I started seeing the ads, and I was like, oh, this looks kind of cool. And I did not understand at the time that my life was going to become completely consumed by it afterwards. Did not know that. And believe it or not, I have still not read the entire book. And it's not because I don't want to. It's not because I'm not enjoying what I have read. It's just because I'm like, I'll like be reading because I've got it all on Kindle, right? Read. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, okay, I have to do something else. And then I'll like completely forget about it for a while. And then I'll go back and I'll read like another couple pages or whatever when I'm like sitting in the parking lot somewhere. And but I've still not read the entire book. And I've got like what do you call it? Sandman. I've been listening to Sandman, and I've been enjoying that. But I haven't listened to the whole thing. I haven't read it, and I was very, I don't want to say sheltered. Sheltered makes it feel like those religious cult types, but I wasn't. I wasn't really sheltered as a kid, but my sister was retarded and autistic, and so I never had friends over. I think I had friends over like twice. I can literally picture in my head twice that I had friends over at my house, and I was into Disney. Not necessarily voluntarily, so much as the fact that it was always on for my sister. I was into Stephen King and stuff like that, and so I had a very small pool of books that I read. I literally read the encyclopedia, and that's not hyperbole. I had an encyclopedia set that I actually read. I read encyclopedias, I read medical nursing textbooks, and I read Stephen King. And the Wrinkle in Time series. I mean, that's like what I read. And so I didn't have a whole lot of friends because I never had friends over. I didn't go out anywhere. I mean, I lived, and I'm not saying this meanly, it's just a statement of fact. I was kind of raised under a rock. And so when I saw that my friends were like losing their minds, oh my God, Good Omens is gonna get made, and I'm like, fuck is that? And so I saw the ad, and I'm like, hey, I'm kind of cool. And then I started watching it with my boyfriend, and I'm like, this is my life now. But I still haven't read the book. I've gotten as far as I've gotten a little bit past the whole the bit where it talks about Nanny offering. She looked like the kind of person that offered services at the back of gentlemen's magazines. I've probably been a little bit back farther than that, but it's just one of those things that I watched it with my boyfriend, who is not, a Neil Gaiman or Terry Pratchett or Good Omens person, but we watched it together, and like pretty much from the moment it started, I was like, "Yes, I'm very sorry, sweetheart, but this is my life now." It's just kind of weird it is. And I love these boys. And I say that knowing that I went off on like a I hate sandalwood rant like an hour ago, which I still do. He is the Professor Umbridge of Good Omens. He played that part so well, and I feel so bad for him because I've seen him in other things, and he really is just like a nice and sweet guy. But then I I saw him in Good Omens, and I'm like, nope, he could fucking die. And John Hamm is somebody that, again, is one of those things like he's allowed to be a dumbass, but he's not allowed to be mean because he's John Hamm. And, and obviously I knew Tennant from Doctor Who. But when I watched him in Doctor Who, he was like, he's only like 6 years older than I am, and so he was like Big Brother kind. He was cute, in like that kind of way that like Big Brothers are cute, And then I saw him in this, and I'm like, oh, he is not my big brother, but he can totally. Don't know what I mean. And Sheen is one of those people that, like, just, Jesus Christ, he's a fucking chameleon. That one, what do you call it? Interview. Bottom of the bottle, low standards, people. That one interview where David's talking about, I'm an acting chameleon. And I'm like, you are, but not nearly like Michael is. Because I'd seen him in so many things and I still didn't recognize him. And I've had like that fan crush on Sheen in like every single thing I've seen him in, but I never remembered it in the next one. Just as like the big ones, okay? I had a crush on him as Lucian, right? And then Twilight came out. I had no fucking idea, but damn, I loved Arrow, right? That kind of thing. And it's like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is, that kind of thing. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Did you realize that? I realized that. Yeah, acting chameleon. And he did the neck. Acting chameleon. I just saw that in chat. I'm acting chameleon. Because he did that fucking neck thing. That's what made me laugh. Because what has happened to your hair? It's called henna. I'm an acting chameleon. You are, David. You are an acting chameleon. Um, but not nearly as well. Not nearly as much. And I've started going through like their IMDb, and I've watched David in a few things that I never would have watched before. Like I watched Casanova, and that was so cute. And it was so sad. I was crying at the end. I was literally just sitting there, and it was already a sad day for me because I'm bipolar, and it was a down day for me. And I was just surrounded by candy wrappers because I was trying to, like boost my sugar and boost my mood and stuff like that. And I watched the whole thing from beginning to end. And I'm just in my bed in front of the TV, surrounded by candy wrappers, watching it, and I'm just crying at the end. And then I watched Criminal, or what was it, Criminal UK? And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, they pay that guy how much fucking money to say the same word over and over and over again for fucking 40 minutes. And then I watched Jessica Jones, and I'm like, I have to register a formal complaint with whoever I need to make a formal complaint with, because nobody told me how fucking hot he is in this role that I've only started watching now. And he is terrifying, but whew. Fucking hot. But I started making my way through their IMDb roles. And it shocked me how many of Michael's I've actually already seen. And I was like, seriously? I didn't know that was And it got me every single time. I'm like, oh my God, but I've already seen it. That was him? I was like Samuel L. Jackson. Holy fuck, that was you? Because he is truly an acting chameleon. My God. All right, I want to read. I want to see if I can find one. Where's my mouse? I don't know where my mouse is anymore. I want to read one more. Let me see what I can find. Oh, excuse me. What's that? That is not what I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. Boink. Abandoned Hope. I think I've already done some Abandoned Hope. By the way, this is mildly self-serving, but not really. But if anyone has not read the entries for Kinktober 2020, Ineffable Kinktober on AO3, for fuck's sake, go read them. The Bentley did, oh my God. I mean, don't get me wrong, okay? Kinktober is all about the sexy bits, okay? I mean, other than the weird, shitty crack things that I did. But the Bentley, when is it the Bentley rates too much? But the Bentley did like this whole fucking storyline. And I'm just like, I couldn't have done that. They're fucking amazing. So if you haven't read the Kinktober prompts, oh my God, please go check them out. Because like the Bentley did like a whole like single storyline that did all of them, and I'm just like, my brain exploded. It was amazing. And yet, and there were absolutely others who did Kinktober as well. Um, the only reason that I remembered specifically Bentley is because I'm looking at my email, and she just happens to be one of the entries in my email that I haven't read yet. Because I have 142 unread emails, and like 135 of them are all from AO3 because I'm terrible. Because I keep all of them. Especially because of the Kinktober stuff, I wanted to make sure that I read and responded to all of them because it was a thing. Anywho, okay, so Fyre, I got Fyre up here. I want to do one more fig. All right, let's do one. Let's find one more. Okay, that's just a picture. That's just a meal picture, which is very pretty. It's very pretty. All right, so let's find something. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? This is something that I thought I was gonna do at the beginning anyway. Is I thought that I was gonna go to tags, and I was just gonna like, oh, here's a tag, and so I'm gonna go ahead and micro penis. What the? I'm sorry, I dealt with one of those for fucking 16 years. I don't want to read about micro penises. Sorry, just in case you're actually watching, which I hope you kind of aren't, but I also kind of hope you are at this point. My ex-husband, not a, wasn't well endowed. All right, so let's see what I want to find some good cracky prawn. Drunk described the picture. I already drunk described that picture. I mean, unless you want me to drunk describe the picture of my ex, which nobody fucking wants that. Okay, let me see what I can find here. This is. Ooh. Okay. Paperwork. Okay. All right, let's click. Okay, this one is called There Will Be Paperwork by EntangledNow. This will probably be my last fic. Not only because I'm out of wine, but also because I have to work in the morning. I mean, I'm going to be out of work in 6 weeks, but tomorrow I have to work. Okay, so this is There Will Be Paperwork. This one is by EntangledNow. Oh. So this one is for the prompt Aziraphale's Magic Act. Humor, magic, and implied threesome. So I'm going to do this one. And then I might go to the second one, but at least this one. Okay. A collection of short good omens works, mostly under 1,000 words, written for a variety of crack prompts and games. Speaking of cracked prompts, during the Ineffable Con, I got to meet Cleo. Okay. And this was one of the greatest moments of my life because it wasn't planned. Okay. I went into the game room and Cleo was there, and this is not the shirt, but I happened to be wearing the shirt that she created that they created for the their cream cheese shirt. And apparently there's like only 10 people in the world who own this shirt because they got shut down and they had to take it down. And I happened to already be wearing it, and so I like went into this game room and I was like, and they were like, "Oh my god, you're one of like 10 people in the world who owns that shirt." And I'm like, ah! Okay, so anyway. Okay, so there will be paperwork by EntangledNow. For your entertainment, this is for the prompt Aziraphale's Magic Act. Humor, magic, implied threesome. My tongue is getting fat. Is this going to take long? Aziraphale pulls a face, which clearly calls for enthusiasm and patience rather than griping. Fine, fine. Crowley crosses his arms and huffs his way into a chair. But I'm only putting up with this because you're sad, and desperate need for an audience provokes the one molecule of sympathy I have in my body. I have noticed that my pronunciation is terrible, by the way, and so I apologize ahead of time. My tongue is fat, like Jar Jar Binks' tongue is fat. Aziraphale disappears behind the stage that he's created in the space between two shelves, using sheets and 3 pushed together tables. It's currently hidden behind a long red curtain which looks incredibly cheap. Crowley suspects Aziraphale would insist that it was part of its charm. The curtain is dramatically tugged away to reveal an enormous tank of water, the hatch at the top angled open. Crowley makes a vaguely disgusted noise. An underwater escape. Really? He watches Aziraphale demonstrate the sturdiness of the tank, as if there are 50 other people watching and not just one bored demon. Then he handcuffs himself, tosses Crowley the key, and climbs inside. This is ridiculous, Crowley tells him loudly. He sinks lower in the chair as a form of protest. Aziraphale makes an overly dramatic show of struggling underwater. You're ridiculous, Crowley says. You don't even need to breathe. There's a heroic strain at the handcuffs, a panicked puffing of cheeks. And you're overacting. You always overact. You always take the tension out of it. You can't even... Ta-da! Aziraphale's voice says, right next to Crowley's ear. Fucking shit! Crowley lunges out of the chair, crashes into a stack of books, and ends up on the floor, tangled around at least 3 chair legs. Aziraphale is leaning over him, completely dry, smiling like the smuggest fucking bastard imaginable. I have no way of improving my pronunciation now. Aziraphale is leaning over him, completely dry, smiling like the smuggest fucking bastard imaginable. Crowley takes a second to quietly fume and to convince his organs that they belong inside him. Aziraphale, he says slowly, did you make a double of yourself? Aziraphale lifts a finger. No, I acquired an unrevealed twin. The smile expands like he thinks he's been terribly clever. Crowley shakes his head in disgust as best as he can while lying on the floor. Still cheating, he hisses. There's the wet patter of feet, and a second Aziraphale is looking down at Crowley from the other side. They're easy to tell apart at this point because the second is very wet and still wearing handcuffs. He didn't even get out of the handcuffs, Crowley points out irritably. Aziraphale actually looks embarrassed about that. The second Aziraphale gathers his hands together and looks embarrassed too. There are still some kinks to work out, he allows. Now, there's a thought. Crowley carefully untangles himself from the chair and rises, dusts himself off. What else can he do? The double. Aziraphale considers the other version of himself. Oh, pretty much anything I want him to. Oh. The angel is now wearing a rather appealing flush, and considering his doppelganger with a completely different sort of expression. Crowley hooks his fingers through the length of the handcuffs and tugs the dripping angle. Crowley hooks his fingers through the length of the handcuffs and tugs the dripping angel closer. Right. Upstairs, the both of you. We have some kinks to work out. That's so funny. I love a face like that. I love the idea of, I can just create multiples of myself. The first fandom, because fanfic that I was ever involved in was Harry Potter. And it was all, it was Severus or Hermione, no underage. That was inappropriate. And one of the first fics that I remember reading was that Neville created some potion that exploded. And the potion that was created, like with every thought that someone had. It created a clone to specifically only um, uh, bring that one thought to fruition. And of course, it was a Hermione was of age, so we'll say. But every single thought that popped into Snape's head had a new clone created. This one was created just to fuck in this position. This one was created just to get a blowjob. This one was created just to do this. And it ended up being like 27 Snapes, which of course I was picturing as Alan Rickman because who fucking wouldn't? And then as each one got their created purpose, they would disappear. So yeah, I like the whole I like that part. I like multiple Aziraphales. I like multiple Croleys. All having the fucky fuck with the other one. Can't help it. I'm a kinky bitch. Anywho, so I am almost at 5 hours now. So I am going to tell everyone good night. It's almost 11 o'clock where I am, which means that I know that it's 4 o'clock in the UK. Probably. I don't know. Probably. It's probably 4 o'clock in the UK. Probably 5 o'clock in the EU. And about 9 o'clock, almost 9 o'clock, or almost 8 o'clock in the West Coast. So, I'm about to burp. I can feel it. And there it is. So, I would like to tell everyone, whether you were here for the whole thing or just bits and pieces. Ooh, that was a real burp. Thank you very much for joining me for this celebratory getting rid of the tangerine toddler. Live stream, and my apology for not posting more of what I've already got. I will post this later on. I will do like little timestamps for all the different stories that I read tonight. And so thank you very much for joining me. And I will see you next time.